Hello, hello. Let's go. It's been a minute, but I'm happy to stream again. So, the plan for today is to do a little bit of editing for the next hour-ish until my friend is ready to talk about politics and philosophy and a bunch of stuff and not faint of heart. So, if you're not interested in that, just go ahead and skip this one, but I will return to playing Undertale soon. I just need to edit the VOD first. So it'll probably be pretty chill for now. I can turn on some music for stream while I edit this. Because it'll be kind of weird um if I just like have the editing content playing, but okay, cool. And this game is so fun to play, especially with Link. His voice really just made it. Tutorial. There's not much to edit here so far. It's pretty good. Okay. I'm gonna edit out this part at the end. Yo, what's up, Armin? I'm editing the VOD for the first stream, just so that I can make a long form YouTube video on it, so that I can help promote streams and stuff. I don't know why this is on. That should not be on. But yeah, I'll be playing maybe some games later. But today I'm gonna have a conversation with my friend. Editing? What about it? Yeah, just making a video about it, so I can help kind of like market the stream. Because I need to actually like turn streams into content, so that I can actually have like more offline presence, I guess. Because I'd like to be a streamer, but you have to market yourself somehow, you know? Yeah, as I was saying, later today I'll have a conversation about some politics stuff, some philosophy stuff with my friend. So that'll be pretty interesting. I'll finally like give it a shot at like talking about that type of stuff and seeing if I can help inform him a little bit, because he seems to be a little off track, if that makes sense. But it should be interesting. I don't think it'll be for everyone. I don't think it'll really be for the people who already exist on my channel or whatever, but I'd like to diversify my content. So Okay, cool. Software is this? This is Adobe Premiere. I'm using it because Lincoln has access to it for his school and stuff. It's usually like a very expensive software, so. DaVinci Resolve is pretty good and free. Interesting. Yeah, maybe you could try that if you wanted to edit stuff. Hopefully I'll be able to make enough money off of doing this stuff to be able to pay for itself. But right now I'm just using what I have access to. I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's the go-to free video editor. Interesting. I tried Lightworks a long time ago. That was also kind of okay. If you're into piracy and stuff, I hear you can just pirate Sony Vegas, but whatever. I'm excited to play more Undertale, though. I just need to make this video first, and then I can play more. Just need to have, like, marketing, you know what I mean? Well, there you go. And you guys are in it. Isn't that great? DaVinci is pretty complicated, but it's the real deal if you just want some very simple editing. I think personally, like if I were looking for free software, I would rather something be more complicated with more options, because I'm sure that all the basics are there, so that at least I have options to go like do more complicated things if I was in the mood to do so. I mean, what I'm doing right now is like pretty simple editing. Like I'm just kind of like cutting out all of the bits that I don't want in the video so far, but I'll eventually subtitle this and it'll be fun. It'll be really cool. How do I like the Undertale OST? It's great. That's why I'm playing it right now. I'm not listening to it. It's mainly just for you guys for stream. Because I'm listening to this and I don't know that it's like, it's not very stream worthy. Does that make sense? Like, it's kind of weird. Plus, you guys will see the final product once I upload it anyway, so there's kind of just no point in like playing this audio that's gonna be silent and choppy and rewinding, and it's just not like fun to listen to. But I'm sure the vibes are much better just with the Undertale OST, so. If you guys have like any questions about like politics or philosophy that I can discuss with my friend later today once we have that conversation, I'd love you guys to submit those to me and then I'll write them down and keep them in mind. I think my plan for that is just gonna be music is bopping, absolutely. I think my plan for that is just gonna be kind of figuring out what his ideology is, where he lands on the political spectrum, what his philosophies are, what his morals are, and then how that like all maps on. And then once we kind of figure out all of that stuff, I'll help give him like resources so that he can learn, because I know he's interested in politics and he's been learning, but I think that like he has some beliefs or understandings about the world that don't quite map. So we'll just have to go through each one and just figure that stuff out. I'm hoping to show him kind of like the positive of politics right now, because it's actually like an unprecedented time that we're living through. There's so much joy in politics, which is so weird. It hasn't happened since like Obama, you know what I mean? Like it's been an insane amount of like hype, and it's actually really nice to actually feel good about talking about politics for once. So I look forward to it. If you guys ever have any questions or like certain topics you'd like me to cover, that'd help a lot. Okay, we will delete here. I'll probably use like ChatGPT to help ask questions and stuff too. So it's not a big deal if you guys don't have anything in mind. But I'd like to interact with the community as well. I'm just trying to give you guys opportunities to be involved, you know. That's the type of streamer I want to be. I don't want to just ignore and feel like I'm unreachable, you know. Let's see. How do I crop this video? To be honest, you feel like the conversation will be unproductive if you're setting it up as me educating him, unless he wants me to teach him stuff. But if he'll be defending his views, then it might be an issue. So yeah, I understand your concern. So essentially, he and I have had a lot of conversations about philosophy, and so I already understand where he's coming from. But he also asks me about a lot of stuff in his life, for some advice, or at least just for my perspective, like another pair of eyes. So I would like to be able to show him a lot of things. He is open to me showing him those things. He's not going to agree with me on everything, as he shouldn't. He will defend himself if we have like a disagreement about something. The goal is not to like change his mind. It's to more accurately try to understand himself, because right now one of his biggest things is like him needing to understand himself, his values, his goals, all of those things, and then how to apply that in his life. As well as like with his wife and his life going forward. So I'm gonna just help him try to do that. It's not necessarily like me trying to convince him to agree with me on topics. Like we can get into it if that's what he wants to, but I'll definitely let him like drive the conversation in the direction that he would like to go, because it's not just about like my agenda. Does that make sense? You're interested to hear where I stand. You don't personally pay attention, but in listening to other people's thoughts, it might make it interesting. Yeah. So he and I don't agree on everything, which is exactly what would make something interesting. Because if you just had a yes man, that would just be boring. you know, like just agreeing with everything. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just like not entertaining. You know what I mean? The way you approach things is this is why I believe it. This is what you believe and this is why I believe it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we will kind of start from the bedrock. We'll have to zoom out and be very philosophical first, very ideological first, and then we can start to map on more tangibly to like politics and like actual application in the real world. But you have to start from that like subjective, very idealistic point of view first, and then you can start to zoom in towards those things. But yeah, I'll definitely represent like my ideas too. Don't worry. I'll definitely explain my thought process. That's kind of the whole point, is like for me to be heard mainly as well. Like there's many pillars of like the point of the stream. Do you know what I mean? I need to figure out how to crop this video. You want to say it on stream?
I think at the core of this, it's not so much, this is my opinion, it has to be right. It's more, this is what you're not seeing in your own opinion yet.
Yeah. Just expanding knowledge rather than like punching down, you know? Because everybody has like their bubble of knowledge, right? So everybody has their understanding of the world. And then if somebody else comes in and says, hey, let me add to that bubble, you can grow as a person. I'm not trying to look at his bubble and pop it and like take things out of it and say like, oh, this is dog shit. It's like, no. If you've come to this conclusion with this current bubble of knowledge, let me expand your bubble of knowledge so that maybe you can have a better conclusion, but that can still be from his bubble of knowledge. I'm just kind of like adding to that. It's supposed to be productive, not destructive. Anywho ways. Yeah, it comes from a place of kindness, and like the goal is not to like radicalize him to my side or anything. It's more of like, here's my approach to learning. Here's my approach to understanding the world. This is my current understanding of the world. What is your approach? What is your understanding of the world? What do we have in common? What do we have different? And why? And maybe we'll get into the weeds of it and debate or whatever, but it's more about getting to know each other and adding to our knowledge rather than tearing each other down because we don't agree, right? Thank you, love. It was very clarifying. How to crop a video in Premiere. Import the video, add the video timeline, apply the crop effect. Okay, it's an effect. Video effects, crop. Should be in here. Does it transform? It says it's the crop effect. Yeah, transform, crop. Right here. We'll just move this a little bit. Hey, you. I love you. Theory of truth is very important. Follow the idea of empiricism and then the concordance theory of truth. The statement is true when it corresponds with experience, no more, no less. Right, yeah. So essentially, like, the way you gather data or the methodology is so much more important than like the conclusion that you draw, because the conclusion won't change until you gain either a different perspective at looking at the same knowledge or adding even more knowledge that by the mathematics of like doing the algorithm in your head, the answer must be different because of that new knowledge. So it's also a lot about perspective, but a lot of it is also very subjective. Like you can be very objective with philosophy and politics, but at the end of the day, like everybody kind of has like their ideals of what they want, and things that people want aren't exactly rooted fully in like logic, right? It's a very subjective thing. I'm gonna grab a paper towel. Love you. You're really cute. All right, MJ's off to therapy. Hell yeah. Therapy is good. Therapy is really good. Bottom. Right. Okay, cool. Position. We'll go here. From the right we can go. There we go. And then we'll do like this. Scale from here to the end. Let's see how long this is. Yeah, that's good. Okay. So from here, then we'll go to the end. We'll zoom it all the way down. That's not exactly what I wanted. Go to like here. And then we'll do this. Reset. It's like, what is it? 191 or something? Yeah. I don't think that transition is actually good. We'll just crop this to there. What are particular topics? Like, can we get a little bit more specific? I mean, there's the current ones that's like economic policy, healthcare, women's healthcare, military, right? Then we have like a little bit more like social policy, not necessarily like policy, but like ideology. Open up a notepad and write stuff. True, I should. I'll take a book, tool out of Destiny's book here, and I'll actually like start writing down things. All right. Let's go to inner circle, content ideas, philosophy, and politics conversation. Bye. Topics for policy. We have women's healthcare. We have economic. Let's give an example, like grocery prices and stuff, or everyday prices, everyday expenses, and income. Yo, what's up, Cheeto man? I'm just getting ready for the philosophical and political conversation I'm going to have with my friend later. But I'm editing a video as well. I'm kind of just being productive noises today. I'm going to play more Undertale. I will. But I do need to make a video on it so I can help promote the stream. If you guys are curious at all, like what it is I'm doing here, you can go watch my Baba Is You video that I made. It'll be kind of similar to that, where I just like show the beginning, like best parts, and then it's like a 10-minute video, and then it'll move to like, hey, go watch the full VOD if you want to see all the gameplay, you know? Because I streamed for like 7.5 hours that day when I did Undertale, so... What is my stance on free will? That's a really good topic to talk about. I don't know that he'll be ready to talk about that. I don't know that he's thought very much about it. I don't believe free will exists. Topics for philosophy. If I were to give like a very dumbed down explanation for why I don't think free will exists, it doesn't make sense when you look at the universe, and with the amount of learning that I've done about science, there are what seems to be certain things, certain limitations to how the universe works. And so for humans to some reason have like a special case where we can break these rules of deterministic physics and somehow like conjure some original whatever like out of thin air, it just doesn't make sense. It's very fantastical. It doesn't make any sense when you look at kind of like the way that the universe interacts with itself, the laws and stuff. You can't like break them. You're confined to these options. I feel like if you were to go back, reset the universe and press play again, I don't think anything would be different. Besides maybe the most minute things that like have to do with like quantum physics that are like super small, like maybe an electron somewhere like jumps and it might have a larger like change, but that doesn't mean free will exists, you know. It's just probabilistic. What about quantum randomness? Exactly. Okay, here's the thing though, like quantum randomness, even though that might be a factor, the problem is that it's so fucking minimal that it wouldn't mean anything in a large scale, I don't think. Like, to understand how fucking small quantum physics is kind of my reasoning for this. I don't think it would butterfly effect large enough to be able to like have an effect. Plus, it wouldn't, even if it did, it wouldn't be enough to say, oh, that was actually like humans made that decision. No, it was just the laws of physics just happened to play out a little differently. It's not a choice. It's not like intentional from the human being, which is what free will is. It's intention and agency to actually have that like control over the path of the universe and everything. I believe that everything was set in motion from day -0 to now. So it's just not something that I believe exists at all. It would be nice. I would want it to exist. It sounds like an awesome concept, but nothing that I've ever seen has convinced me at all that there's even an ounce of free will or even the possibility. It doesn't fit in anywhere. It makes so much more sense. Like, just use Occam's razor. The most simple explanation often could be the explanation. It's just, hey, there are limits of the universe and how it works, and everything has a cause. It's cause and effect. Because X or Y happens, you know? If there's no free will, why punish people for crimes? That is a very good question, and a lot of philosophers talk about it. Essentially, it's useful to act as if we have free will, to believe as if we do. It is practical for survival to pretend as if it's a thing. It was something that obviously is something that humans think they have. It's evolved for a reason. Like, it's a trait that humans have, or animals or whatever, to believe that they are an agent to motivate them to survive. Because if they didn't have that, they wouldn't have motivation to survive. Fun little question you have, no major reasoning, just curious on my thoughts. In the future, what do you think of potential time travel? Seems pretty impossible. I mean, it's theoretically possible, but that theoretical is so out there. Technically, it could work if you were able to fold 3D space, but the moment you start asking yourself how you can fold 3D space, it starts to fall apart. There have been theories like wormholes and things, but that would require 3D space to already be folded, which is not something that we see. It's theoretically possible that the center of a black hole would be something like that, where matter could be absorbed and destroyed or created into something else that then could pop up somewhere else. I don't know. It's all super theoretical. It would be really cool. Think of time and space not as separate things, but as one. The dimension of space-time is one thing. So in order to have time, you have to have space. Because if you're here 1 second, and the very next moment you are over here, that doesn't make any sense. You have to travel there. And so the time it takes you to travel there through space is how much time, right? You can't move without time. If time didn't exist, space wouldn't exist. It would just be static. It would be nothing. There would be no point, right? So it's kind of just one thing. I'm going to use the restroom. These are great questions. Thank you. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. Okay, I'm back. Maybe I should make a be right back screen. That would be better, because the starting soon screen doesn't really look all that great, I think. At least in the context of like what's happening. Let's see. To kind of like continue your question on like free will, it's useful as a tool for for a thing to believe it has agency, because that is what can give motivation to do things to survive. It is very helpful if you're being cooperative with others because they have resources and tools, or just another hand to help or whatever. So I believe that there's no free will, but in my everyday life, living as if you have no free will is not a life that is useful for survival, to thrive. So I'm pretty sure, like, the way that I just think of it is like the only way that any species would last long enough is for it to think that it itself has control, even though it's a predetermined set of physics that have created it and everything around it. One day it'd be interesting to see me go down the rabbit hole of cryptids and them possibly existing. Maybe for you, sure, but I just have like zero conviction on anything like that. You like to take where it redefined free will to mean someone who can't learn, like someone with a tumor who's acting violently, but then the tumor is removed and they regain agency. So if you punish the person with the tumor, they can't learn because they don't have free will. But once the tumor is removed, then punishment changes its behavior. So that's the problem now, is because you have to identify, you have to explain what free will means, you have to explain what agency means, you have to explain what the rules are in place for that. You're right, someone with a tumor might not have the same level of agency or like physical, tangible agency over their own mind, right? There's a difference between having free will versus having control over oneself that's not physically possible. How do I explain this? Like, there are many different definitions of free will, so we have to like go through each and say exactly what it is we mean. When I say free will, I mean an ability to go against the logic of the universe and to say, oh, but we're special and we can just have like agency over our actions even if they don't match the physics problem. The reason it's redefined this way is because the conventional idea of free will is fundamentally bunk. So yeah, I think like agency is kind of the different thing, right? So let's take this tumor as an example. If somebody has a tumor and it's in a certain part of the brain that is blocking their ability to use that function of the brain, that person doesn't change whether or not they have free will. What changes is the level of agency they have, because if that tumor blocks them from being able to do something, they still have agency over all of the other things that they still have functionality over. The level of agency over how many things they can do has gone down until you remove that tumor, and if they're able to regain it, then it goes back up. But that has nothing to do with free will. That's just agency. That's different. Like, agency and free will are often conflated or misunderstood for the other, but that's not what the free will argument is about, I think. Think of it like this. If you go to a a stand that sells jelly, and they have 5 different flavors of jelly. It fits within the framework that you're probably going to pick one of those 5 flavors or none of them. The idea of free will is like saying that you're going to pick a 6th option. Does that make sense? Not having free will pretty much is saying, like, hey, a user may act, but they only act within the confines of their options. Saying you have free will is pretending as if you have more options or the ability to do something that doesn't exist or isn't possible. Would I be interested in mythologies? I mean, yeah, like Roman mythology, Greek mythology, obviously kind of the same thing. Norse mythology, kind of, but more for the level of like studying history of like what people believed and why they acted that way, stuff like that. Pretty much more of a psychological analysis. With your free will definition, it would mean that the person would consider their options and pick the one they like the most. So here's the thing. When picking, you're not really picking off of free will. And here's why. Your body, your mind is going to have certain experience, it's going to have certain limitations, it's going to have a certain craving or whatever. Like, you have always been destined to pick that decision because of all of the external factors and internal factors at play. It was always going to be that way. Yeah, you may think that you picked it, you were always going to pick that one because of all of the already existing parameters. So just because I would be very careful to assume that because you feel like you're doing something, that means that is what is happening. Our brains are literally biological machines designed to be able to trick and to perceive reality in a way that is useful for survival, not to try to attain an understanding of the truth or what actually is, but just to be able to survive. So I would probably just throw out all trust for your brain out the window and like reconstruct reality from an objective point of view of how the universe works, and then try to look at the brain of a lens of like, okay, this biological machine was not made to understand the universe and the truth of the universe, but to observe the universe and make decisions to survive. That's the only thing. You've redefined free will, and I'm using the conventional definition. Like, you made an AI that scans the environment and approaches the object that's closest to it. According to my definition, this AI is following its free will. That's not free will. That's not what free will is. It only has that environment to scan, and if the parameters are go to closest object, it will always go to closest object. It'll always be that way. There's no free will. It depends what the parameters are. And so free will is, you have to ask yourself what the parameters are of the universe. If you believe the universe is deterministic, and if you were to go replay the entire tape, you've redefined it. That's the free will definition that makes sense and is useful. But that's the problem, is like, I understand that your definition of like free will isn't the same definition of free will that I'm using. That's the whole point. Just because you're using the certain definition doesn't make it true. But it doesn't make me correct either because I'm using a different definition. We're talking past each other. So, yeah, like you said, right or wrong. There's no right or wrong. Definitions can't be true or wrong. No, but it's useful to kind of stick to one so you can actually talk to each other, right? Like, if you're communicating with somebody, you don't want to be talking past them because you have a different definition of something. You're not going to get anywhere. Like, the usefulness or utility of actually like getting somewhere in a conversation, people should be on the same page. They should have the same definition of a thing. They should try to work within the same lens so that they can actually get shit done. If you're not looking to get shit done and you just want to talk about like your personal view of a thing, that's fine, but that doesn't turn into any tangible progress or usefulness in a conversation. So it just depends what your intentions are. There's no like correct way. So the thing you explained about AI, if you don't call that free will, what you call it, it's just deterministic. You have to understand how the universe works, knowing that there are limitations. Like the speed of light isn't like gonna change. Like it's just the speed of light. The speed of light isn't faster than the speed of light some days or slower. It doesn't decide how fast it is. It just is. And so is the rest of everything. And the way that light will interact with objects will always work that way, that predetermined way, because of how the physics interact with each other. You would have to change those parameters or have the agency to change those parameters to be able to say you have free will, which humans don't do. We just observe what's around us and we think we're making decisions, but all it is there's just a predetermined set of parameters, and the decision that we made was always going to be that decision because of the parameters. You have to change the parameters to have free will. I think I've explained it well enough. If our universe was not deterministic, which is still up for debate, I think that's kind of the bigger question to ask is, hey, do we live in a deterministic universe or not? Because if we don't live in a deterministic universe, then it is possible to have free will. But I believe we do live in a deterministic universe. The set of parameters decides the outcome. That's how equations work. It's how physics works. It's how math works. If even with probabilities, even like at the quantum level, the probabilities of things happening a certain way are so high that it's basically mute to depend on those probabilities to like be different, because even if they are different, it doesn't actually change the outcome. The important thing is what is an outcome based on the parameters. The AI that follows its program, scanning the environment and picking an object based on its code, versus an AI going to an object because it's directly being controlled by a hacker. It doesn't change whether it has free will. It just changes like which parameter is being used to act the way it is. It's always a parameter, a pre-existing condition. They would be the same. It doesn't matter. There is no difference. It just is the parameter that is being used for the decision. It is not the fact that like an agent has the ability to make a decision that is outside the realms of the parameters. What would I call the quality of that one AI while the other doesn't? It's just which parameter is being used to control the actions. So like it doesn't mean like AIs don't have agency. For one, we usually attribute the idea of agency to to something with consciousness. We like to think that if it's conscious, that it has like agency, but even then it's more like it's just self-aware, but decisions are made anyway based off of parameters. Well, people are AI? Well, I would be careful identifying it like that. People are intelligence. We are not artificial, we are biological, so we are BI. Does that make sense? I don't know that anyone would ever use that acronym, but people are a form of intelligence that act based off the parameters that they were created. It's just like code. Think of it like code. It's just like using different things. You're either using synthetic or you're using biological. Besides that, there's like no difference. It's just the coding of like your brain essentially is saying like if X then Y for most things, but it's very complicated because they have a more than like countable if then statements that then you can combine into algorithms that will always have an answer. And if you were to go back and rewind the universe and press play again, that answer will always be the same. Free will would be a thing if you were to go back and replay the universe, and then a different outcome would happen, based on someone's decision making. So you've hooked up a chip into somebody's brain and you're controlling their actions. Does quality does that person does that person lack compared to someone without this chip? No. The level of free will is always the same. It's 0. It's just the parameters that have changed. The parameter of what is informing the decision making. Like, think of it like code. I don't know if you've ever taken... Oh, you're not talking about free will? Okay. I thought we were still, like, on the free will thing. You're asking me to give a word? Okay. It's just... I feel like parameters is the word. What piece of code, what piece of thing is informing the decision? Every decision that is being made is informed by parameters. So parameters can change, which might change the outcome, but it doesn't change anything about free will. Like, let's give a coding example. If I have an if-then statement, and the if is if the sky is blue, then create the qualia in the brain of the consciousness to say that the sky is blue. If I change the parameter for the if statement to say if the sun is down, then change the parameter to like the sky is no longer blue. It's like the outcome is always informed by the if. So it's just by changing the if, you don't change free will, you just change the parameter. That's just changing an equation. It doesn't mean because you have a different answer that all of a sudden that it's like has more agency. The only thing, like, think of agency as like how many parameters are in play. The brain has many different parts that work in tandem to create an outcome. If you were to reduce the number of those parts, then the amount of parameters or what the parameters are has changed, therefore likely affecting the outcome. It is always like the entire universe, as far as I understand it, is an if-then statement. And by changing the if, yes, you'll change the then, but that doesn't make it any more doesn't mean it has more agency, it just has different agency. It's just, it doesn't, like, there's no tangible way to put this into words that makes any sense, I guess, in terms of like, but we actually really do get to choose. No, the parameters are what they are. The parameters have already decided the outcome. Unless you are God, like God, which I don't believe in God. If you are God and you can change the parameters in the physics of the universe and the path that we're on, unless you can do that, you don't have free will. That's my conclusion. In your opinion, is useful to think of it as variable agency, like somebody who's emotional, they can't think clearly, they are controlled by their emotions to a degree. Okay, but it doesn't even matter if it's emotions or logic, because if you're using logic, you're being controlled by your logic. You're being controlled, no matter what it is. Like, regardless of the parameters, whether you're being emotional, whether you're in your right mind, it doesn't fucking matter. The only thing that is the fact that there is a parameter. The parameter being, are you being more emotional to the point where it overrides the algorithm to make a certain outcome? Or are you not, therefore giving agency or giving the priority to the parameter of logic? Like, as a very simplistic like way of like dumbing it down. It doesn't matter what it is, it matters that parameters exist. It is already 3:22. Holy crap. My boy should be on soon. Free will. Can we write down some topics for our conversation for policy and philosophy? Let's do that. I'm gonna save this, and I'll continue editing that later. The quality that you look at is the person can change their behavior if you change their environment or sensory input. You can't as easily influence an angry person as you can calm the person. Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm saying. By changing their environment or sensory input, you're not necessarily giving them something or taking away something. The what that exists is there's always a parameter and there's always an outcome. That is the base of everything. It doesn't matter what the parameter is. It doesn't matter what the outcome is. These two pieces fundamentally drive everything. Climate change, abortion, when life starts, immigration, social welfare. Okay, this is good. These are climate change. Women's healthcare I already have written down, and I'm gonna just use that way to describe it. Yo, what's up, Arm? How's it going? I don't recognize you. It looks like you're a first-time chatter. Let's go full webcam, just because I have nothing going on. Well, I guess I am writing notes, but it's fine. Another arm, exactly. Immigration and social welfare. Yeah, I've already done economics, so let's do immigration. I guess social welfare is still its own sub topic of economics, but yeah. I mean, economics is such a blanket word that just saying economics probably isn't specific enough, to be fair. Oh, you're from Iaido? Heck yeah, man. Thanks for stopping in the stream. Basic human needs, rent, food, water. Yeah, so essentially that's like economics. So I don't think you know what economics is, Caden. It's not just money. Like most people think when they hear the word economics, it's like, oh, how much money you have. Economics is like supply and demand, right? So like economic policy is like if there's high supply with a certain thing, but there's not a demand for it, the economics don't look good for a certain perspective for that. And so some things like water or rent or whatever, like people need money to pay rent. So that's a certain type of like economic lens of like how would you look at either lowering the rent prices or increasing income so that people can pay for it. Like it's a huge blanket term. So like basic human needs are covered with money because of the way that America works. It's covered with money. If you have money, you have opportunity for resources. So you think the spirit of social welfare can be about the philosophy of helping people versus having self-determination? I've seen these discussions involve no economic talk. That's the problem, is most people don't get there. I think that a lot of people just want to complain, but they don't have the background understanding of economics to get to actually like building tangible solutions. It is, keep this in mind, it is always easier to criticize something, to point out problems, than it is to create solutions. You have to be so much more educated and have a better understanding of the world to be able to actually propose solutions. Anybody can be a critic. Nobody is qualified to become somebody who like actually poses solutions until you become educated. Ethics is a major topic. Yeah, I mean, we can talk about ethics. That's going to be more philosophy, ethics. I would say I would divide this into two categories. Objective ethics or morality versus subjective. A lot of people don't believe objective ethics exist. I do. I can get into that later. Objective versus subjective. Economics is a complex and highly mathematical field. Yes. Yes, it is. Not a lot of people enjoy thinking about economics, so, you know. It's stressful. Like, here's the thing is, I think with philosophy, somebody like myself, I fell in love with philosophy first, and then I started applying it to my life, and then now I've gotten to the point where, like, okay, now that I understand more about the world, and I educated myself so that I can actually, like, tangibly understand the world around me, then I'm able to look at policy and politics and see how my philosophy and my ethics, like, fit into that framework. You kind of have to start from ideology and philosophy first. I think ethics are objective. Okay, not all. Like, there's a base level, right? So, like, think of it as, like, possibilities. If all the possibilities of ethical action under the sun exist, surely the most amount of pain and suffering version of that is objectively worse than everything that comes after. I feel like that is a true statement. There's no way to change the reality of that statement. And then you get into behavioral economics, absolutely. The is-ought problem. Why care about pain and suffering? From the view... So, okay, to answer these type of questions, just ask yourself this. What would most people say? What do you prefer, pain or suffering, or do you prefer the absence of pain and suffering? Just keep it super simple. If most people say, I prefer to avoid pain and suffering, then objectively, because of that answer, then it is, it's a subjective choice, but it's an objective fact that the subjective believe said thing. So, like, turning subjective analyses into a mathematical equation and looking at that data and asking yourself, what is the objective reality of the subjective data, right? Shared subjectivity isn't objective. If that's what exists, if that is the case, that is the objective truth, is that is the case. There's no way of going around that. There's just the objective reality. It either exists one way or it exists another way. If it exists at all, there is an objective way to look at it. It doesn't mean that that's what informs it. That doesn't mean that that's what decides the belief or decides what will change the belief. It just is an observation of what is. That's the objective part. So if there's one person that prefers to maximize suffering, they are an outlier. It doesn't change anything, because think of like what you would prefer. Would you prefer to have the majority of people have like, would you rather the government style of governing people be for the majority or for the few? I would say majority. So if we look at it that way, the few might not get their way, but most people will, which I think is probably the way we should look at things, and that's what drives democracy. So you need to have, essentially, I would say that it's moral to minimize the amount of people that are outsiders. Does that make sense? Like, we don't all need to be a hive mind and agree on everything, but we should prefer taking care of as many as we can. You're not going to make everyone happy. There will always be people who disagree. There will always be, like, the spectrum of, like, the bell curve of, like, how many people think a certain thing subjectively, right? So looking at the objective situation of what the subjective is the objective ethics. The fact that people disagree to me seems that morality is subjective. So it's not one or the other. By definition, if a person prefers what we generally describe as suffering, would that person be suffering in their own mind? I think that suffering is usually just like a... Alright, let me call my friend. I think that suffering is something that... To finish my thought, it's something that is not healthy or is not enjoyable from a subjective point of view for the person. So you'd have to ask them if, because of that belief that they are suffering, you'd have to ask them specifically. I don't think it's a definitional thing. Yo, let me work on the audio for this. Go ahead and give me like a sentence real quick. Just say whatever. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay. I think our volume is pretty equitable. I've been talking with chat already a little bit about some philosophy stuff. So I've been warming up a little bit for our conversation. Okay. Well, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then we can talk about whatever. But we have chat here who is interested in giving like topics and things that we can go into. If you want to pull up my stream or something and then like mute it, like you can look at chat too if you want. Or I can share my screen or something. It's just Hayden Tyler Smith on YouTube. Pretty simple. All right, I'll see you ARM613. Thanks for stopping in. If it's desirable for them, it would not be suffering. True. That's a real brain twister. Not sure how to respond exactly. Yeah, we're kind of like mid-conversation talking about is ethics like moral or is ethics and morality subjective or objective? And my argument is that there is objective truths about the subjective existence of morality. Therefore, by definition, some things are objective, but I would say that like down to the base level, it's a subjective thing. So it's both. It just depends like the lens at which you look at a certain thing. All right. I'll be right back. Okay. I have returned. So I would like to pick up where we left off with kind of like our last conversation. I want to explore what your position is for philosophical and ideological things, and then kind of work our way from the broad down to the more specific later, if that makes sense. Because like when it comes to like politics and policy and all of that stuff, that's all informed by the former. So we need to start there, right? Ugh. You're good. Are we supposed to hear the other person? Interesting. Yes, you are. Yeah. Okay, apparently you're not coming through for stream, so I just need to fix that real quick. Wave open. I probably need to reset the app of Discord itself. I'll be right back. Okay, let me pull up my software. Da-da-da-da. Okay, go ahead and speak. Just give me something to work with, audio-wise. So weird. Voice chat? What about sound effects? Does that work? Okay, now say something. I don't know why that's not working. I think I have to change Discord's settings. Voice and video input device, mic output device. Wavelength voice chat. Okay, now speak.
I am still playing a video game.
There we go. Fixed it. It was Discord settings, not my streaming settings. Okay, cool. Awesome. Well, let's start with philosophy. Do you already have like a philosophy that you think you identify with the most? Do you happen to study like that type of stuff?
No, I haven't received a formal education on philosophy, that's for sure.
Sure. Neither have I, but I've taken a lot of time just to like study that on my own. So I didn't know like what you already knew. If you happen to like think that like, oh, nihilism or existentialism or anything of that sort would like explain.
I don't agree with nihilism.
Interesting. That's a good place
Yeah, I
to
guess
start.
you kind of just have to ask more pointed questions, and I can say yes or no, or I don't know.
True. Okay.
Because
well,
otherwise, I don't know what to. Yes, my brain works like this. I can't really just do that.
Well, let me just use ChatGPT to ask some questions, and we can use it for inspiration. So,
Sure.
I am trying to understand my friend's philosophical view on the world. What questions should I ask to help us explore this? Okay. Yeah. So we'll start very basic. We'll go objective versus subjective, like existence and reality. So, what do you think is the nature of reality? Like, is there a difference between what is real versus like what is perceived? Does our perception map on perfectly to what reality is, or are we being kind of like tricked by our brain, essentially?
I would think that there is an objective state of things, and we perceive that objective state of things to the best of our ability. And what we communicate that we perceive is um, going to be our subjective view of it, unless the objectiveness of what we're communicating is simple.
Okay, so if I understand, that means that like you believe that our brains are tools that try to understand reality as well as it can, and when we communicate to each other, we try to give our best like observations.
Yeah, of what we think the objective is. Um, I think there are things that are objective that you can fully perceive. So I think in previous talks we've had, um, we talked about this idea where humans are incapable of perceiving anything that is truly objective, and that was like a statement. I don't necessarily agree with that because I could think of um, simple truths that we can understand, while I'm also capable of thinking of objective truths that we can't fully understand due to impossibilities.
Interesting. Um, yeah, I don't know that I necessarily agree. I think that our brains are not machines that were created to understand objective truth very well. Like, sure, it can observe the outside world using our tools, like our senses, but in terms of its effectiveness at actually being able to represent the objective reality around us, it's pretty bad. Looking at the spectrum of light that we're able to see with our bodies alone, like not counting tools and technology that we've built to be able to help with this, our base level ability to actually observe objective reality around us and translate that not just to like qualia in our consciousness, but then also to be able to communicate that through the lens of how limited communication can be with language. It's the optics aren't great. It's pretty bad from my perspective. It doesn't mean that we don't try or that we aren't convinced that at least we're doing a decent job, but in general, it's a pretty bad framework to work with. As far as I understand it, our brains are optimized for survival, not for trying to see the truth. It is more useful for a specimen to be able to survive and believe things that aren't real versus try to find objective truth. I think that using any sort of like shortcut way to observe something so that it can make a decision is more important than actually trying to correctly observe exactly what is true. I think that there's like a certain level of like utility for survival that it doesn't need to know the vast majority of things or the full extent of a thing, as long as it can get to a point good enough to where it can make a decision and move on. But I'd say that that point is very low in comparison to how many things there is to know. So our lens is extremely small, but just good enough to survive. That's what I think. Um,
Do you think there's so with what I said earlier, what do you think of the idea that there are simple truths that we can fully understand? Also, do you still stand by like the you can't know anything objective?
um, I guess it begs the question. You have to define what a simple truth is, but I'll give my best understanding. Like when you say simple truths, you have to kind of specify. Are you saying from the perceiver's perspective, or are you saying from an objective perspective? I would say if you're ever looking at it from an objective perspective, the human cannot have that because we are subjects. We see things through a subjective lens. And when I say subjective, I don't mean opinionated. I mean we only have senses that are only capable of seeing a fraction of the picture. And so we're putting the picture together without the full information. So I don't believe it's possible to have like an objective understanding. We can try to use rationality and logic to put the pieces together. That's fine, but that doesn't mean that we have a completely objective understanding of something.
What about interactions between subjects?
I mean, I don't know
Can
that
there
it
be
changes.
objective truths about relationships between two subjects?
I think that there can be objective truths about the subjective. So I was talking about this earlier with chat. Like when you have a subset of people and these people think a certain thing, the fact that they think that thing is objectively true. But that doesn't mean that the thing that they think is objective, right?
So then you can know objective truths.
You can know objective truths, but I don't think that that means that the subject in making the observation is correct. There's a difference between looking at a math equation about the subjective and trying to like put together those pieces of the puzzle to see if you can pull out some sort of meaning from data. That's completely different and kind of like one step removed from then like the actual individual themselves deciding what they think is true, you know. One of the chatters just asked like, what is truth? What's the definition of true?
Would you like mine?
Yeah, we'll start with you.
I would say something that's immutable. So, um, for practical purposes, um, in that moment of time when it's referred to, it will stay the same.
So
I don't know.
who is the arbiter? So who or what is the arbiter of truth? Like who decides?
Well, that's definitely gonna um you're gonna have a big shrug of the shoulders if you that's where religion comes in, bro.
Yeah, that is one place it comes in, but
If you don't prescribe to a religious deity of some kind, then all you could really say is just kind of shrug the shoulders.
well, I describe it this way. So I wouldn't shrug my shoulders. I would say that objective truth exists with or without the observer. The observer only gets a fraction of that picture of like truth. However, the observer themselves has what is called like their subjective like understanding of what the truth is, which is true to the perceiver. So most of these conversations can be easily like parsed through understanding what lens you're looking at it through. So if you're looking at it through the person, whatever the definition of truth is for them is just a definition of truth for them. It does not apply to everything or everyone. So it depends. You have to choose essentially the lens. Um, I think that there is objective truth regardless of observers, but for each individual observer, what they would determine as truth depends entirely on the parameters around their life, the parameters around their experience, the possibility of physics or what they're capable of observing, because there's a huge difference between somebody seeing something that is true versus them actually deciding whether that's true for themselves, right? Most people kind of see things subjectively, even if they're looking at the objective truth, they still have that kind of like second, like removed layer of do they use that as a methodology for or like as a data point for their algorithm of truth, or do they ignore it? Like that's kind of like removed place, right? So truth is different depending on the lens.
All right, I'm revising my statement to be more simple. Truth is what is. That's what it is. That's it.
Yeah, I would say I completely agree with that because even the subjective things exist. It doesn't mean that they're true, but the fact that the subjective things exist is true. Like, I would just remove it like one layer. I think everything technically can be categorized as objective just by reframing it in a certain way, which can either help or hinder depending on the goal of what you're trying to understand.
Yeah, yeah. I go with my 2-word
Yeah, what is?
explanation. What is?
Yeah. So like what actually is, I would say,
Because yours was very in depth and kind of covering all the bases while still using uh the concept having already been explained for you by
sure.
using words like subjective and stuff. Um, but it's definitely more thorough if you already have the background for knowing it's just what is. Sure.
I feel like it's somewhat reductionist just to say that it is what is, only because it's imperative to keep in mind that perceivers do not share objective truth in the same way that you would define objective truth. They have their own truth. Like, so,
Well, are you defining the relationship between perceivers and the truth, or are you just defining truth?
so
Because you're doing the first one.
it's both.
I'm doing the second.
It's both is what I'm trying to say. Um, because the word true, it's kind of semantics at the end of the day. You have to ask yourself kind of like
Yeah.
where the word truth is used, and then you have to give the definition for the different locations or lenses that you use the word. So I tried to give both. I agree with you, truth is what is, but I also just had to bring up the perceiver because that is mainly what I would think that perceivers are talking about when they say the word truth. Like a lot of people would like to understand objective truth, but because they are a perceiver, the definition that matters to them more is the one I was talking about, right? Like I would agree with you,
Sure.
you know, but for practical means, you kind of have to dial it down to that certain perspective. So, with that said, let me pull up my notes again. Do you think a lot about free will? Do you have an understanding about free will or opinion?
Um, Free will, if I were to describe it, I'd say it's the notion that everything is predetermined, and that falls a lot into religion. Um, so if you're a religious person, it's likely you would say you probably, or actually, it's a toss up if you're a religious person, but if you're not, then I would say it's probably likely you would make the argument that you do have free will.
That's interesting. It's completely the opposite from what I understand for everybody. If you believe in God, then you believe God gave you free will, that you are an agent and that you can make decisions. Um
Not necessarily.
not
That's the
yeah.
Christian God, yes.
Yeah, it's not necessarily. That's just one example. Absolutely.
But
Um
also, is it exactly free will if it was predetermined and he knew that you would make the decisions that you chose to make? So is it truly free will?
So it depends what you believe, right? So with God, most people believe that God gave them free will so that their decisions really are their own. They just believe that God gave the pre-existing conditions for that thing. This isn't everybody, of course, but I would say the typical religious person believes this, as far as I understand. Um Typical people who are agnostic or atheists don't believe in free will. So that means that they believe in a deterministic universe that has certain parameters. I am one of these people. The universe has its limitations, it has its set of certain parameters that can't be broken. Putting free will on this type of lens doesn't work, because in order for somebody to make a choice, that choice is always informed by the parameters and limitations. Because those parameters and limitations exist, and because I believe that the universe is deterministic, if then statements will always work the same way unless you change the parameter, the if of the statement. Therefore, like, because the universe was set in motion with the certain parameters that it was from day one, day 100, day 100,000, day 100 trillion will always play out the same way. So free will does not exist. We can't change that. The physical limitations of physics, the literal circumstances are what they are, and we can't change that. Um,
And this is your perspective.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say the universe, are you referring to essentially the playing field, like just being on Earth as a human individual? The surroundings is the universe? Is that what you're trying to say?
Everything that we come to understand that exists is our universe. Yeah. So we have no discovery of any
So,
other universe outside of what we currently exist within. So when I say the universe, I basically say everything.
so essentially, you're saying everything that could possibly influence an individual is the reason why individual does X.
Yeah, so there's a long list of parameters and pre-existing conditions that have been already happening on a very long cause and effect chain, and that cause and effect chain will always play out the same way. If you were to rewind the tape and press play again, nothing would change. That's what I believe, yeah. So
Huh.
even though the individual thinks that they're making a choice, like if they go to a fast food place and they're making a decision, they were always going to make that decision, even though they have the illusion of choosing. Because of all of the pre existing parameters, they were always going to make that decision. That McDonald's was always going to exist, type of thing. Um, I think the reason why people think they have free will is a very interesting conversation. Um, it's very useful for survival if an agent thinks it actually has agency, because if it didn't think that, it would have no motivation to do anything. So it's very useful to have this perspective, but that ties into my
Is
point.
that entirely true then, if you believe this?
What's entirely true?
You seem extremely motivated to do things
So
if
yeah,
you
playing
you
into
contradict your own statement.
so, no, it's not contradictory. So there's a difference between believing something versus using certain methodologies um, just to exist, right? So I believe that free will doesn't exist, but I know that by acting as if it does, I live a life is um, that is focused on making sure I survive, whatever else. It is a useful tool, but that doesn't mean that it is actually how the universe works. It is a useful lens at which to look through life, but that doesn't mean that that's how life works. You can utilize tools and perspectives, but that doesn't mean that it's an objective truth about the universe. Those are separate things. It's not practical to look at life and to coexist alongside other people in society and live as if free will doesn't exist. It's not practical. It doesn't mean that it wouldn't be um well, like, morally acceptable depending on the person's perspective to live that way. They totally could, but that just doesn't mean that they'll exist functionally next to other people. It doesn't
Does it
mean
mean that does it prove the opposite? You think
no. It has
wasn't that your claim that they wouldn't be functional? if they truly believe that.
Functional from society's perspective, but functional is a subjective thing. So functional is different depending on the perceiver, right? It depends on culture. So different cultures see function as different. So I would say that the base level of like function is surviving at all. And so if somebody wants to survive, then they should use the lens of free will, because that's pretty much a guaranteed way to believe in oneself to actually get things done. That doesn't mean that free will exists. It just means that it's a tool. Like it's hard because like thinking of it like this can often trick um our brains into like actually thinking that it's real, but that's not how that works. Just because the perceiver has a certain view of truth doesn't make it the objective truth. I laid that out earlier with our what is truth type of thing, right? So there's a different level of what is versus what the perceiver thinks.
Sure.
Um yeah, kind of going back to the religion and stuff, like obviously not everyone believes that free will was given by God. Some people believe that the entire universe is on a plan that God made and was set into motion and will play out a certain way. So those individuals, um, most people I think don't think about it deep enough to understand the actual implications of the things that they think or believe. So I'm trying to be cautious in like being too generalized in how I describe other people, but I would just say that like these views do exist whether or not they actually manifest from the correct amount of analysis. A lot of people just believe what they believe because that's what they've been viewing life through. They haven't like done the concrete work to actually like put it into a rigorous test. They just kind of live through certain methodologies which they either adopted from other people or experience. So
I mean, I mean, I don't have too much to say about it.
so
I think we've had the conversation before, and I know I said it last time, but I don't have an avid interest either way in, uh, I guess, religious beginnings. So I'm kind of,
sure.
I don't really care either way if I quote unquote have free will.
Yeah, I mean the
So
implications of this though are super important for your everyday life. It doesn't mean that you have to be interested in it. It just means that like whether or not you view the function of the universe one way or the other is um it's like one of the most fundamental things. It doesn't mean you have to. It just kind of is the way it works. So if we're going to punish people for crimes, for instance, we have to decide whether or not we are going to act as if that person actually has agency and actually made those decisions, therefore they're liable, or we look at it as, well, these were the parameters that were always going to play out this way, therefore we don't punish them. Um, the explanation I would give is pretty much just like, even if the universe doesn't have free will, society.
that's taking the utility out of it with that example, though. Because would you not still want to punish the individual if it would lead to them doing less of the thing? And even
I
if
agree.
not them, it would maybe dissuade others from doing it,
That
using them as an example.
Yeah, that's absolutely another piece of the puzzle. I was just kind of,
Therefore, it would still be worth doing regardless of if free will exists or not.
as long as those parameters remain true and actually played out, then yeah, I would agree. Absolutely. I already do agree. Yeah.
So this is kind of part of my explaining why I don't really care. I understand that you care and find it interesting though, and that's great.
Sure. Well, it's a bedrock for then exploring like a bunch of other topics. Um, I think that people tend to question what's fair or ethics and morality, and a lot of these things need to be grounded somehow. So you either ground them by saying, well, God decides what's ethical and what's right, and so therefore we shall abide because he is the arbiter of those things. Or if you don't believe in God, then what motivates your moral and ethical decisions in daily life? And so free will is kind of like the bedrock for those things, especially for um like atheists like myself. We can move on though, because I think we already have the answer. Um, I don't know that you're like super set one way or the other.
Um, I mean, with the argument you gave, I think if I were to side with free will, I would have to accept the idea that it was bestowed upon me by some kind of godly individual. And then if I were to accept the opposite, then that would imply there is no godly individual.
Technically, either or can exist in either circumstance. The reasoning is not as important as much as it is like when you look at the universe, what do you think is the best explanation? And do you think that you, as an individual, actually have this level of agency that we would describe as free will that is not deterministic, or that it is deterministic? I think the root of the question is the universe deterministic? It doesn't matter if it was a God that made it deterministic or if just the way that the universe works because of the way that physics works is deterministic or not. The vast majority of scientists and educated people say that the universe is very much most likely deterministic, but it's not guaranteed. It seems as though a lot of quantum mechanics have much more probabilistic behavior. Electrons can do unpredictable things that don't necessarily abide to physics as we understand it. But I wouldn't call that free will. That's just a property of physics that is probabilistic that tends to lead in a certain direction. So even in the off case that it does something that would cause a butterfly effect, that's not free will. That's just something happening to have happened a different way. Um, Essentially, yeah. Do you think the universe is deterministic, or do you think that it's that there are ethereal agents that can go against the laws of physics and things like that?
You mean like events not being, well, technically you could make the art. I don't feel a strong leaning towards either way because you could make a very sound argument for either one, and I don't feel, I don't know. Because you if you're talking about like the idea of miracles where like something that should have happened did not happen, but then again that should is through our perspective of what we believe should be. So it's kind of iffy.
I guess when I talk about should, I'm no longer talking about the lens of the perceiver. I'm now talking about the lens of how physics works. So, regardless of our understanding of it, there is an objective is of how physics operates and the limitations of the universe and all the interactions within that. There's a limit. I assume that when I drop this 3D sword I'm holding, 3D printed sword that I'm holding, that it will fall because of the laws of physics. I don't believe that free will exists, that some agent somewhere could make it so that it falls upward without physics being able to explain that. That is what I believe. Like it's just deterministic that things interact a certain way because of the forces that exist. It's a very like grounded absolutist view that like truth is what is. Truth cannot be mended by anything besides like a god, right? So that's why people believe, most people who believe in free will believe that God gave it to them, because that's the only way that they could really like parse those waters. With that logic, that doesn't necessarily make it true. It's just the perceiver's logic, right? Um, so yeah, I think let's move on to ethics then, if you're kind of just
Sure.
on the fence. So, do you believe that there is any objective, ethical, or moral truth, or is ethics and morality all subjective?
So uh, this one definitely sits on the if you believe in a creator or you don't. Because if you believe, you'll notice that all religions will typically have a set of morals that are explained. That is the purpose of said religion, essentially, beyond explaining how what is came to be.
Yeah.
So essentially, if you are a religious individual, your morals will be dictated on your religion specifically, and if you're not, then it's your subjective feel. And whether or not the religious person's view is also subjective is completely based on whether or not you believe their deity is indeed true. So, for the purpose of discussion, it's technically subjective.
Yeah. I would say you're pretty much correct. I would kind of rephrase a few things. From my perspective, all morals from the perceiver's perspective are subjective. That is kind of like the baseline. But there is an objective truth about the subjective morality that we can point to use for ethical arguments. For example, if the majority of the population would like to avoid pain and suffering, it is an objective truth that pain and suffering is morally or ethically like reprehensible, right? So like it's more about, again, the lens at which you look at something.
So
Um
that's your anti-religion or lack of religion way of formulating morals.
right. So
It makes the most logical sense,
yeah. So the
at
subjective,
least to me.
yeah. So the
So you're essentially
subjective,
going by majority rules with what is appropriate and what is not.
right. So I don't think that there are like absolute rules. I think all the ethical and moral beliefs um change depending on majority rule. I think the objective truth about morality and ethics changes depending on majority rule. So I would believe that something is likely ethical if the majority of people believe it is, but that doesn't mean that I agree with them on the subjective level to get to the conclusion that their subjective beliefs are. So it just depends. What is best for humanity or people at large is probably what most people believe, even if it's not true. I believe that that's the case. However, that doesn't mean I agree with their conclusion. I think for
So,
the
what do you think of rights then? Because this is related. Do you think rights exist?
they only exist if the agents or the perceivers create them to be. They don't exist inherently without a perceiver.
Okay.
Like, I think that's kind of the baseline for most of my things is like, without an observer, there's kind of just no subjectivity. The only subjectivity that exists is through a lens or a perspective of a conscious or observing being. So you can't say that like ethics exist if you have no agents to look subjectively through any lenses. Like there's no right or wrong, which is what nihilism is. So you say you don't agree with nihilism, but it seems to me like that's contradictory with this point, which I don't blame you. You kind of have to think of it this way to get there. Nihilism essentially says that there is no inherent moral or ethical meaning or meaning at all whatsoever in the universe. It just doesn't
The
exist.
difference, and why I said that is I have not crossed off a deity as an absolute impossibility, while you have.
Um,
So therefore, I can't fully accept nihilism, so I don't agree with it.
so I don't think that I've crossed off the possibility. I think I'm just agnostic to like the 99.9999, right? So it's like for practical reasons, I'm
Okay,
an
you don't,
atheist.
yeah, but you don't speak that way, and you've also said you are an atheist.
Right,
So I'm going off what you told me.
because practically I
How's
am an
that for a
atheist.
subjective truth?
Sure. Um, Technically it's agnostic, but that's only because the methodology at which I use to understand the universe around us is through um making sure that when presented with evidence that I must take it in for consideration. So it's not impossible, but from what I understand from all the evidence that I observe of the universe, the likelihood is so low, I basically pretend it doesn't exist for practical reasons. Like, unless proven otherwise or given something to work with, which so far I have nothing, there's no argument for God or anything
You
that
not at
works.
all. I think
Nothing.
that's kind of disingenuous.
It's not disingenuous. It's truly the way I see it. I'm trying to look for it and I can't find it. Um, People believe in God, but that's inherently the definition of believing means you don't have evidence for such thing. You're just choosing to think something, um, which is not, which doesn't define objective is, right? Like truth of is, it might be their truth from their perspective as the perceiver, but that doesn't make God real. Um, it's very important that we actually have some sort of level of proof or evidence. We have thought processes or like thought experiments that we can use to say, well, if God exists, then X or Y might be the case, or if he doesn't, then X or Y might be the case, but we have no evidence for God.
So I think this is incorrect, and I'll explain why. Saying that with your statement, you're saying as an absolute, there is no possible evidence that would sway someone to believe God is real.
So
And I
hold
can't
on.
accept that considering how many people believe
It's not that
in
that
deities.
I think that it's not
There is
pos-
some evidence.
it's not that it's not possible. I just haven't seen it. There's a difference between using an algorithm in my brain that says, yeah, I would take that into consideration if it exists. As far as my perspective and understanding of the universe goes, I haven't seen any of it. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I've tried looking and I just cannot um, see any of that evidence anywhere. It's different.
Do
Like,
you, I mean, I could start asking a couple questions, I guess, but I think it's with everything you've laid out, have it just saying essentially, if you boil it down, I haven't heard an argument I think is good, therefore there are none,
I didn't
is
say that
kind
there
of,
aren't any. I just said that I haven't seen any. So, like,
well, okay, then don't say like we, referring as in all of humanity, have no good evidence for God.
well, when I'm on the in,
Because
when
the
I'm,
majority of humanity disagrees with you, actually.
it's not that there is actual evidence though. It's that they believe that that evidence is what is what's the word crosses the line of like looking for the vocabulary. They believe that the evidence that they have is enough to warrant that belief. I don't believe that that evidence is enough to warrant that belief. So
And I would agree with that statement.
right. So
I would not agree with your previous statement, but that one makes sense, and I agree with that.
I'm not saying that it's impossible for that evidence to exist for me. I'm saying I haven't seen it and I've tried to look. If we want to go over what me trying looks like, we can. But religion and if God exists is one of the most, if not the most interesting question to me that I've been researching for the last 7 years extremely extensively, listening to all the arguments under the sun, and none of them are convincing to me. So it just depends entirely on the observer again. It depends what their requirements are for having evidence and if the evidence is good enough. My requirements, we can go into what those are, but the blanket statement of saying that if I haven't seen it by now, I don't think I'll ever see it is my belief. It doesn't mean it's impossible that the evidence could exist. I just am the utmost skeptical that it even is gonna happen. Doesn't mean it's impossible. Also, it's a little reductionist to say that the majority of the human population believes that there is evidence. The problem with that is the evidence that they use is different. The conclusion that they draw from said evidence is also different. So the vast majority of humanity might come to a similar categorical belief in
You
a
believe there
categorical.
is a creator of some kind.
Right, but for the sake of saying they agree with each other, I don't know that I would describe it that way. I would just say that they give themselves a solution or a conclusion. They give themselves a conclusion, but that doesn't mean that the methodology at which they used was in line with each other. That doesn't mean that the conclusion itself is actually the same, because for the majority of people, it's not. Everybody has their different subset of parameters that they use or requirements for evidence in order to make conclusions. And because inherently they are all different, I don't think that it's actually an agree type of thing. It's more of like we all just land in the same category, but that doesn't mean that they're the same or that they even agree with each other. It really gets down to like the nitty gritty of like all the micro beliefs in order to explain that type of stuff. I think one easy way to look at this in like layman's terms is just ask yourself like how many religions there are, what those religions think, their methodology of convincing others of their said beliefs. My issue with religion stems mainly from the fact that what they claim to be absolutely true from a is perspective, from like that macro lens of like regardless of our subjectivity, they believe it's true, which is impossible because they are a perceiver. So I think that that's something that I have huge qualms with. But the other thing as well is that their methodology for convincing people that God exists is not really through evidence. It's just through trying to convince them, which is completely different. Like,
What do you convince someone with?
I mean,
Evidence.
no, no. So that's not how you convince people. Some people use evidence, but some people just need like a rally, like a rallying call for like a certain cause, or people just argue with each other to say like, "Hey, what I think you think is wrong." It's or that they say like what you're doing is bad, or hey, if you want these benefits, then you can do this thing. So churches will often offer like benefits, like community is a very obvious one. You're a part of a community if you're part of a religion. Like when missionaries or whatever come over to your house and they basically talk about things, they try to use concepts of like of like applicable things in your life of like why church is good and like what things like services or whatever that the church offers that could help somebody, which is completely different from giving them evidence. If you were to look at the methodology at which people convert people to religion, none of it is evidence of God. It's all just, hey, we believe that what we believe is true, and here's why you should be a part of it. It's all just a convincing like fiasco, right? You're trying to convince somebody of something without tangible evidence. At least from my definition, none of what they use is tangible evidence.
So, springboarding off of that, from previous conversation, you gave criticisms of religious people um, choosing to uh, move policies forward informed by their religion, and you said you did not like that
Yeah,
because it is informed by their religion.
yeah, it should be completely separate. Church and state should absolutely be separate.
How can an individual's worldview be separate from their course of action entirely?
Because people are not full saints and nuns. People don't actually fully embrace the beliefs of their religion. Everybody's an individual who has like a different subset of parameters that they experience life through. A lot of it is going to connect naturally with their religion, but not everything. As well, people don't take into account all of the possible factors. Their brain couldn't, even if they tried. There are too many things to take into consideration. So yeah, sure, their religion is taken into consideration, but it's not like the sole factor either. When I say that church and state should be separate, I'm not saying that people's personal beliefs shouldn't be a measure at what they use to try to change the world around them. What I'm saying is that the organization of the church should not have a say in policy or law. Individuals can. That's what democracy is. You can make your vote. If the vote of the people happens to align with what the church would do as an organization, then that's fine. I have no problem with that. What I would have a problem with is influence because of power and status and other things of what a religion is at large and how much power that can have over people. And oftentimes, even if the majority of people believe in the same morals, I don't think the methodology of which you go about that should be decided by an organization. I think it should be decided by democracy, by the majority. Um, doesn't matter what the beliefs are. It doesn't matter what the morals are. It matters the methodology of which you actually put into action those types of things.
So, technically, if you were to apply that as true across the board, then political parties or organizations of people with a certain worldview aren't valid to you and shouldn't be a thing.
So there's a difference between being a part of a group of people, a part of a community that works together towards a certain goal, versus a church or an organization having say as a an absolute like board. So like if we want to discuss what I believe the function of government and the structure of government should look like, that's a completely different question. Like I understand how you're trying to tie it into that, but no, I'm not saying just because you're a part of a group means that you can't work towards or have a say in a certain thing. Those groups of people were built based off of the population voting, your civil duties to be able to vote for your representatives. So that is totally fine. A church is not that. A church is not decided by the majority vote of people within that then choose their representatives. It is
It's the same, dude.
it's
It's
not the
literally the
same.
same.
It isn't the same.
It's the same category because it's a group of people coming together because they share a similar worldview of how they want things to be.
Okay,
And
but
so they
those
come together and use their influence in order to mess with politics to get their way. It's literally
a
the same as a
political
political
party,
party.
it is not, because a political party and the leaders are chosen through vote, so that then representatives, the people at the top, then will represent because they have been voted into that position.
And the
A
church is the
church,
same
it
way.
is not. A church does
It
not.
is, though, because they all believe in the same thing.
No,
Therefore,
that is not. That is
the
no. They
vote is
don't.
kind of pre-decided.
No, that doesn't mean it's the same at all. It's the opposite. The
No, it is
just
because
because
if
people
you
believe
are
the same
not,
things doesn't mean that the church, it was voted, or the representatives of the people in power at church were actually voted into that slot. Church leaders, bishops, especially in the Mormon church and stuff like that, are chosen from already existing leaders appointed from those who are already in power. That is a completely different methodology at which you use to choose a representative. So no, it is not the same. That is
it's
what I have
not
an issue with.
because with what you're saying, how does church, how do churches, we'll just use the phrase stay in business.
I mean, I don't see how this is relevant, but we can.
It's relevant because it's through voluntary participation. So if you disagree with how the church works or the leaders or whatever, you aren't with the church. You leave the church.
That's not. It's not that black and white. I understand what you're trying to say, but that's not necessarily how it works. Um,
I don't see
that is
any
not
meaningful difference between the church and a political party.
okay. Okay, here's the difference. Imagine the group of people at the top of the church or the top of the political party. Okay, these are the people in power. These are the people that would be in office. These are the people that would sign laws and whatever. How do those people get into those positions? That is the part that I have an issue with. In a political party in America, we have them voted into those positions using a democratic process. In a church, that is not how it works. It is not a vote, it is appointed by those already in power to new people in power. It is not the same methodology. That is the problem. Yeah, they might
Uh,
share the
So
beliefs.
the difference is it's through participation. Therefore, you vote yes if you participate and you vote no if you don't.
No, it's not.
The difference with government is you are vote yes, participate as governed no matter what.
One
The
person,
church has no sway over you,
a
the
small.
organization in particular, if you choose not to participate.
Okay, you're ascribing every single person who attends to a church as if that they're inherently voting for said church. For one, that has its own like implications that I don't think are just in terms of like translating that towards then the people who are in power of that church. Those things are separate. They don't coincide because of the methodology that is used at which you appoint representatives for a political party versus the church. It is top down from the church and it is bottom up for political parties. It needs to be
No,
bottom
it's
up.
not.
Yes, it is.
Dude, political parties gain following by essentially using the exact same tactics that you were talking about churches using to sway people to go to church.
That's okay. So influencing people
It's
to join. So this is a different conversation. Um, when you're talking about a party trying to broaden their population of people that agree with them or that are a part of their like group or whatever, that's different from the people in power who actually represent then that group of people. That is a different conversation. We can go into that stuff. I'd love to, but we have to
did
understand that
you
there's a
did
huge
you
difference.
vote did you vote for did you want the top people at the ticket to be between Trump and Kamala? Did you do that?
Um,
Did you vote that, or did that get put up in front of you and you have to pick between the two of them like everyone else?
you don't have to pick between the two of them. You can vote for independence. That is not how that works. You are not forced to vote for those tickets. That's not how democracy works. What I think you're trying to get to is how does an appointee, or how does the person who is represented for a certain group of people get into that position? In order for that to be the case, they would need to be voted in to a certain place to where then they can be um, able to be appointed by then that party as the representative as well. But um the initial process of at which somebody joins a certain party or a certain place of power is voted democratically. It is what we do in our primaries for voting for our mayors and our senators and our and our governors in our states, and then those people can be appointed to even higher places of power um, after that. So it has to start through a democratic process first, before then those people can be used as a representative, as a ticket for political positions, like the president of the United States and such like that. Does that make sense? Churches don't have that initial process of democratic vote that political parties do.
What are churches made of?
Um,
People.
yeah, I mean, sure.
Again, the church is influenced heavily through participation. Therefore,
Um,
if the majority of the people attending the church did not like the individual that was at the top brass, then they would either stop attending the church or that individual would end up leaving.
That's an extremely reductionist and black and white way to look at it. That's not how people function in life. They don't either completely agree or completely disagree. It's always a spectrum. And people also with faith or something like a church don't attend the church because of the people in power of church. They attend church because of their beliefs in what that church believes. It's not about an individual basis. With a political party, it is way much more about a personal basis of moral character, of a bunch of other things. Church does not function that way.
I
So,
don't think you have the right perception, but we're just going to have to disagree then.
I mean, if you can give me anything that supports the opposite idea, then I'd be happy to look into it. But I don't think you. I think I see in a lot of our conversations, I find that there's a little bit of projection, if that makes sense. So, like, I don't know that you understand the way that certain organizations work, especially in government, and how that stuff operates. And so you'll accuse the other side of doing a certain thing that is hypocritical, and which isn't actually the case. Um, it's
Do you have
understandable.
an example instead of just accusing me?
Yeah, I mean, you are saying that I don't understand how these things work when I'm the only person explaining how these things work, right? So,
No, not right. Because I was explaining how the relationship between the people in the churches and how that influences who's at the top. And it's not just a
no, but
guaranteed
you're
no
not
matter what, it's
explaining the
this guy.
influence. You're not explaining the influence or actual process at which that person becomes into power. You're just saying that church attendance is what decides that. That is not how that works.
No, it's uh
So if you would like to explain it, then go ahead, but I'm the only person explaining how these things actually function. Let's see. While you think of that, chat says the majority of humanity disagrees with each other. with his idea, feudalism or a king is also practice a democratic system, because if they follow the king, then they consent, but most people don't have the ability to abandon their kingdom. Sure, I mean, I don't know that that's necessarily fully representative of
I mean, it's
your.
similar in concept. He's not far off.
Yeah, he's not far off, but like,
How do you think revolts happen?
so let's zoom out a bit and let's talk about like feudalism
There's
versus.
never truly it's never truly a top down one guy says how it goes.
Of course not. It's never that
The
black or
people
white.
themselves have to allow that to happen.
So what would
And
you
so there's
say
never going to
counts?
be one guy who's the top brass of the church who nobody wants there.
Of course not, but
And
it's
then they're
never
going
going to
to
be
go
that black
through
and white.
whatever means that's accessible to them if they want something done about it. Some
So,
people will just leave the church if they don't want conflict and just practice in whatever way they see fit. Or there's others that will actually use their influence to try and change that person out or do something about it.
I mean, you're looking at it in a lens that I feel like doesn't practically ever happen in reality. Like in a vacuum, sure, but we don't live in a vacuum. So, if
I think it's the
nobody
opposite.
if nobody approved of a certain person, then yeah, of course, it would be likely that that person wouldn't hold power for very long, unless they were to use things like Donald Trump is using, like the Supreme Court, to try to rule in his favor so that he can avoid
And you
punishment
think
for his
absolutely
actions.
no one wants to vote for Trump.
No, I think plenty of people want to vote for Trump. You're the one
That's
saying
why he's at the top of the ticket.
he's at the top of the Republican ticket, of course, because of his popularity. That was never a stance that I was taking. I was never denying that at all. What we're talking
And
about
I'm
here is the difference
saying
between.
church organizations function the same way. They
They
fall
don't.
under this lens because they consist of individuals.
Okay, but churches do not have a democratic process. That is the difference. Churches are the
They are run by people,
appointees.
therefore it is.
No, just okay. That is so reductionist, and you have a huge misunderstanding of what a democratic process is. A democratic process
No,
is
I
not
understand.
something you. Everything you say is pointing to the opposite. When
No, you
when
just don't agree with it.
it's not an agree thing. This is the definition of a democratic process is that every individual puts forth actionable votes towards a certain thing, and the majority decides what goes. Having a church and
And
saying,
that's like
"Oh, everyone."
super, super pure democratic.
I'm sorry, that's what the definition of democratic is.
Yeah, but in application, it's never going to be that perfect because, I mean, some people just won't vote.
Right, because they have their right to exercise their vote or not in this country. In Australia, that's not the case. We can look at different structures of these types of things and decide like what's democratic. The idea of democratic is that one person, each individual, has agency to make their voice heard, as well as actually matter in terms of in deciding something. In a church, that is not the case. The people in power have the ability to ignore individuals when that is not the case in terms of a democratic vote. It's not like the church is going to try to single out these people that don't like that they're in power and actually listen to them to try to convince them to like them. They don't do that. Political parties do that all the time, but churches don't care. They have no incentive to, because they don't have a democratic methodology of which appoints people into power. It's people who are already in power in churches that appoint other people of power. They don't need the vote of like the majority of people. They just need to be in power already. I understand that what you're saying is like if enough people disliked them and actually wanted to make change, that then probably there would be a revolt or something. Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that they work democratically. That's a completely different like definition of like even what we're talking about.
Yeah, you're trying to apply like a super abstracted, perfect hypothetical version of democracy, which is the purest definition of it, but it is never applied that perfectly in reality
I'm not saying
because
every
it
person
is,
has to vote. I never said that. The fact
well,
that people can
no, but
vote
the
and the
fact
vote
that you're saying democracy is completely incompatible with the way a church works
that's not
is
that's not what
applying that extreme standard.
I'm not saying that churches couldn't use democratic methodologies to appoint their leaders. They just don't.
And I disagree.
Okay, but
And we can roll around in circles, but you're not going to agree with me, and I'm not agreeing with you there.
well, there's a objective truth to this. It's not as much of a agree or disagree. It's either you understand it or you don't.
Well, you just spent the whole time saying that everything's subjective because we can't fully perceive the objective. So which one is it?
Well, if you're wanting to talk about like philosophy and stuff like that, that's different. But when we have definitions
Well,
of
you can't
words,
say that well, you can say it, but I'm not going to follow it, that I can't disagree with you because that's what that argument
you can you
is.
can you can disagree, but it doesn't make you correct, right? Like you can always disagree or
To
have a
you?
okay,
Bruh.
but also to the definition, right? So if we're looking at the definition
Well,
of a
what
democratic
you
process,
I already said that I agree with that definition in the most pure and abstracted view, but that's not how it's applied applicably.
it doesn't matter whether it's applied to the most perfect
Yes, it
thing. That's
does because we act on reality, not on the pure hypothetical.
okay, but you can still have a democratic process without every single person voting. A
Well,
democratic
you could. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
okay, but people have to have the ability to vote in order for there to be a democratic process,
You
which is
don't
not
need
the
to
case.
create ballot boxes for it to be a vote.
No, but you need to create a way of
People
somebody's vote to actually matter and count towards
people make
something.
judgments and decisions on each other and how things work all the time, and then when they have enough people to and the means to do something and the want to do something, they will. And
Right.
that applies to churches. So churches aren't like this red line, it always works this way. They're never democratic. It's
What
a complete
matters
top-down system.
what
That's not
matters
how
is
it
the
works.
methodology. It matters whether it is appointed by people from below or above. That is what is the determining factor.
Yeah, and I'm saying no people, no church.
Okay, but that's at
Therefore, it will always be from below.
it's not okay, sure in that extremist example, but that's not what is happening and that's not like if you were to look at the Mormon church, there's never going to be no people, right? Unless some crazy extreme thing happens. So when you look at the Mormon church and you ask yourself, okay, how did those people who are in power get into power? Are you saying that because people attend church, therefore the people at the bottom appointed the people on the top? Of course not. That's not how that. It's not guaranteed for that to be the case. Is it possible? Sure, but is that how it works? No. Um, there's a huge difference between saying like, oh, it's possible, or that in X situation, then the certain way that a thing would function would be different. Of course, but we have to look at how things currently work as an is before we can move forward. And I think the disagreement here is that you think that it's a bottom up decision for churches when it isn't. It's a top down thing for churches. Of course, the voices of the everyday person who attends the church probably has some application in terms of being a part of that community, and in terms of people can outcry against things that they don't like. People can express their opinions, or try to make change, but that doesn't mean that they actually have agency in terms of deciding who's in power. That is entirely dependent on which processes that they use to appoint representatives of people in power. Um, Chat says that donating money is a type of vote. Sure, yeah. I mean, it's not a entirely like democratic vote, but sure, it's voting with your wallet. That is absolutely
Uh,
true.
the perfect slate definition will never apply to anything in reality.
What do you mean by perfect slate? Because I'm not even arguing for a perfect slate.
Sure. So I don't understand why you're applying that view then when you make the denomination of whether or not it's top down or bottom up. Because that's your justification for it being top down, is it doesn't fit this prescription I've made, therefore it's top down.
Can you
And your
explain it?
prescription is the super um,
Can you explain?
strict definition.
Can you steel man my argument and avoid using words like it or this, and explain what those things are?
Sure. So, from my understanding of what you're arguing, you're saying that democracy is where every single individual that is being governed over votes and they decide through majority rule how thing is on whatever they were voting on.
Can I revise
And
that?
that's what constitutes democracy.
Okay, I have never said that every individual person has to vote. I'm saying that they have the
You did,
opportunity.
and then you rescinded it after I pushed you on it.
That's not something I've ever thought, and it's never something I've ever said. When it comes to a democracy or a democratic process, each individual person has the opportunity to vote. They can vote. Not that they have to, but they have that ability. That is what a democratic process is. Um, when it comes to a like uh like a monarchical type process, it's like bloodlines decide who's in power. When it comes to like a feudalistic or often like ritualistic thing, it can be people in power appoint people in power. um if from the bottom up the democratic process exists to appoint people in the first place, then that would be a democratic process. But for example, the Mormon church does not appoint bishops based off of a vote. It's just people who are interested in being a bishop talk to the people in power, and then those people in power give them that role. It is not a democratic vote. People from the bottom don't all vote on who the bishop, like who can be a bishop and who can't. It's not a democratic process. So I understand that when it comes to people's beliefs, if you're a part of a community, the fact that you probably agree with the people who are in power tends to be more likely than not. I would never refute that. It doesn't mean, though, that the people in power were appointed there directly by those people with the same beliefs. Um, when it comes to government, we have laws in place that, written through the Constitution, show how we are able to appoint people in power, what their limitations of that power look like, and how we are able to change those rules through amendments and court decisions, etc. So I heard that you brought up earlier the Kamala Harris ticket versus Donald Trump thing. I wonder why that is important to you. Why was that an example you used?
Because politicians self nominate, as you're describing your view of the church. which just furthers my example of, well, my statement of there's not much of a difference really between a church and a political party.
Okay, so how does somebody become an appointee or a representative for a political party?
They self-nominate and then they apply um, to go against others who have self-nominated, and then whomsoever the population decides gets it.
Okay, so through democratic process, people who run can be voted for, and if they get the majority, or if they win the electoral college or whatever methodology is being used to appoint said person, then that's a democratic uh, process that doesn't. I don't see any church work that way. There's not a single church that functions like that. Anybody who wants to be like a church leader is not decided by a democratic process. Those people who then are in power have rules and regulations that they have to follow in terms of being able to represent then those people that voted for them. They can't just self-appoint past that point. When it comes to like who's on the ticket, the RNC and the DNC use the same methodology. They have what is it called? Appointees? Not what's the word? I can't remember the word. Not quite candidates. Crap. Delegates, that's the word. So these delegates were put into place by democratic process, and these delegates or representatives represent their population. They don't necessarily have to vote for the party that they were appointed to. They also aren't required to vote for any particular person. Even within that party, they still have the ability to do that. So in this instance,
how are those individuals different from church leaders?
Because they got to where they are through democratic process, and church leaders did not.
But they did.
They didn't. You still have yet to give me a single example how churches use democratic process.
It's through retention.
That's not how a democratic process works. You don't just show up and that counts. That's not how a vote works. I understand what you're trying to say, that like attendance means something and it probably represents an idea of what people think, but that doesn't mean that they've necessarily voted. Many people are there for the church for very personal reasons. And not every person who attends, or maybe not even the majority sometimes, are there because they're trying to appoint leaders. Most people don't fucking care. If they're attending a church, it's probably because they're trying to instill certain values throughout their family and themselves. They're trying to live a certain life and they have certain beliefs. That is why they're there. They're not there to appoint people of power who can change or make laws so that they can change the way that the government operates and stuff like that. Like it's not the same.
No, it's I can't accept the idea that a church isn't governed and operated by those who populate it. That's crazy.
Why can't you believe that? What's wrong with that?
Because otherwise there'd be no church.
That's okay, but
Everyone
why?
would just practice in their homes and form their own little mini churches consisting of those who get along and those who don't.
People do that all the time as well. Some people who believe in that stuff don't join the church. Some people create their own churches. There are tons of branches of Christianity and Catholicism. There's tons of that stuff.
That just furthers, bruh. It's literally the same as the big ones.
It's not the same.
The majority of them agree, therefore it continues the way it is.
It's not an agree thing. What do you mean by agree? Can you define that meaning? Like, what do you mean by agree? Because there's a difference between believing in a god versus agreeing with the methodologies at which the church uses its uses its like what's the word, like managerial duties in order to like uh create funding or build more churches or decide how the thing is structured. Like there's just not it's not bottom up. Some people,
And I just disagree, dude.
okay, but why? You say you
I
disagree, but like
explained why.
but you don't give like any tangible examples. You just say you just disagree. Like I
I mean, you
understand.
can dismiss everything I've said as not tangible, but that's just your opinion, I guess.
Well, if you have like mappable examples to real life of how something works, then we can talk about that. But we can't exactly get into the weeds of anything if you can't provide any examples.
I
Chat
mean, like,
asks, go ahead.
not what's chat say?
Chat asks, do you think that direct democratic process is superior when it comes to reflecting the will of the people versus someone appointing someone in power, trying to guess if they will be liked by most people? This is a question for you.
I mean, that's like a what, practical question where it's like which one's more practical?
Yeah, pretty
I
much.
would, well, I'd say that it would definitely depend on the specific situation, but with the worldview that I'm gonna take, like generally Christian churches, the worldview of there's a religious tome that has all the rules already written out beforehand and practices. And so it's really just appointing people that can decently guide individuals who are not familiar on everything in it through those practices and rituals, and create a community that um, shares in those beliefs and follows those applications. So I think with Christianity and in particular, um, I'd make the broad statement that technically it, I mean, this goes against my argument because I'd say individuals appointing each other is pretty much the same as everyone doing a ticket, because in the end, if the majority don't like who the winner, who was appointed, then someone will replace them.
Why? Why was someone replace them? What's the process of which they used to do that?
They would create their own church, or they would use other people within the church would use their influence over others to essentially change the personnel.
Okay, so creating a brand new church is not replacing, for one. But for two, if you have a if you have people who don't agree and then they like form a group of people, what is it that they're doing? What power do they have? What's the process that those people would use to replace that person? How does that work?
And that would be individuals' relationships and influencing each other.
Okay, but what do they do? What do they do to make that happen?
Okay, so example, if a guy doesn't like me at my work, then he can say I did bad shit to my boss and he can try to get me fired. It's like the same shit. We're all humans.
Okay, but it's not the same stuff if in that situation that you gave, somebody from your same level, let's say like this is the base level, went to someone in power to try to convince that person in power to make a difference, right? That's not the same thing as the people who aren't in power disagreeing with the people in power.
Yeah. I mean, if you want another example, the I mean, there's this guy I don't like at my work. It wouldn't be that hard for me to just be like, wow, this guy sucks, and talk shit about him all day to all my other coworkers on the same level, and then their behavior towards them could likely change and essentially create a situation where the person that I wanted removed would hate the environment they're now in and would leave of their own volition.
Okay, but that's not changing people
You
in power
know,
again.
and I know because we've talked about this before, you know the church's ability of social stigma and zoning people
Absolutely.
very, very good at it.
Yeah, but again, you're not explaining anything with how you change someone who's in power. You're just saying you just gave an example of how to remove a peer who is also in the lower rung. Do you have any like example that you could think of that would have those people at the bottom be able to replace the people at the top without using the people at the top already in power to make that happen?
It's the same thing, just applied to someone higher up,
Okay,
bro.
but I just used the parameter without using someone else already in power to make that happen. You
Well, then
can't.
you set up a hypothetical I'm supposed to fulfill where I literally can't fulfill it because you said the thing I'm trying to prove to you, you can't use that as an example.
Because that's exactly the point I'm trying to make. You literally can't. When it
Saying,
when it comes to
and
what
I'm
you're
saying
trying
you
to argue
literally
for,
can, dude.
you said you
How do
just
you
admitted that you can't. You just said
how
that
do
you
you
can't.
think revolts happen?
Okay, so through revolt, there we go. So what revolt, what would be the aim? What would they do through a revolt, and how would that influence or change anything? Like, what is the methodology of which a revolt would do to make to change who's in power? Is there a certain idea there that we could work with, or is that just like a riot that may or may not work? It's just yelling at the wall, essentially.
So when someone gives a talk at a church or a sermon, and these people are self-appointed, it's pretty important. Um, where they're self-nominated, and then they get the okay from everyone else as
Oh,
long
okay,
as
no,
they
no, no, no.
they perform well.
There's no, they don't get the okay from everyone else. They get the okay from people already in power who have the ability to put them in that position. They don't get the okay from everyone else. The vast majority of people don't care because
That's what I'm trying to communicate to Hayden, but he doesn't get it, bro. My wife said that her mother, she works for the church, she could get kicked out if she said something that the majority of the church does not agree with, bro.
is she in a
She
place of power?
is like she's like the lead of the church.
Okay,
She's a
so
minister.
getting kicked out, is that something that we would call a democratic process because the people at the bottom try to kick them out through whatever means? Does that mean that that's a democratic process?
I mean, I would argue functionally yes, because
S-
if the majority does not agree with that person is removed. Therefore, the majority, or democratically, the majority rules.
So just because the majority rules, it's a democratic thing, is what you're saying.
What?
Just because majority wants them gone and somehow makes that happen, that means that it's a democratic process. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, what else is a democratic process if not the majority rules?
A democratic process is which you use to appoint a representative. Um, when it comes to getting somebody out of power, you must replace them. So just asking somebody to leave is not the same as creating a representative that actually represents the people. And usually you would need a systematic way at actually going about that. Because if you just bully someone out of a certain position, whatever word you want to use there besides bully, be my guest, if you just remove somebody because you don't like them and you convince enough people to do that, it doesn't even have to be the majority for that to be the case. You just have a large enough group of people that then would influence that behavior to happen. Um, just because it would happen to be majority of people doesn't mean it's a democratic process. There usually should be an organized way at which certain positions of power will be then appointed or replaced by people because of not just like a general consensus of, oh, the majority happens to agree with it. It's that people can actually put tangibly their thoughts and their opinion or their voice into a statistic of some kind, which we use as a vote, which they can mark on a piece of paper or something of that matter. Like, you have to actually have a process, not just, oh, the majority happens to think this thing. What is the process? When I say democratic process, you have yet to give an example what that democratic process would look like.
Bro, I've said it 4 times. Majority rules.
Majority
If the
rule,
majority
but
of people believe a thing should be a certain way and they act upon it, then they democratically made
I'm
it
asking for
happen.
what the act is. What is the democratic process? What is the action?
I mean, whatever's necessary to make it happen.
So anything can be a democratic process if it's necessary to make something happen,
I mean,
just because it's majority.
yeah.
Okay, there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what a democratic process is then.
I mean, you're there you're adding in I think I see what you're doing where you're creating a definition and then expecting me to abide by it while I'm going by the definition that I see fit as accurate. And
Okay,
so I don't line up with yours and you don't line up with mine, so that's why we disagree.
exactly. There's a fundamental misunderstanding
And
of what a
I don't
democratic process
agree
is.
with your prescription of the definition. Therefore, I mean,
Okay,
we can go in circles for 5 more minutes,
okay,
but
I just sent you the definition of a democratic process in a way that I think you can absolutely understand. I would like you to read through it, and if you disagree with any of it, that's okay. I'm just giving you tangible ways of understanding what is required for a democratic process. I need to use the restroom as well, so you can take your time reading it. If you wanted to read it out loud, you could for chat, but you don't have to take care of chat. That's totally up to you. It doesn't matter to me. But it just would be helpful for their context if you care. I just need to use the restroom real quick. I'll actually, what I can do, I'll just pull it up on the screen for chat so they can actually read it if they want to. That'll be better. Can I change the font size? Let's go to this. Okay. I'll scroll down when I get back.
this is a democratic republic, not a democracy, dude.
Okay. Chat says that you're making a good point that churches do get influenced by people, which I absolutely agree, but they also say that it's different. It's much less accurate than a direct democratic process, which is exactly what I'm trying to say. There's a huge difference between the majority of people agreeing on a certain thing and taking action to try to make change versus having an instilled and tangible democratic process that is used to actually vote in people of power and representatives. You can absolutely use, like, I guess what you're conflating is the definition of like majority rule versus democratic process, because
Well,
there's
what you sent me is is our our democratic republic. It's not even a pure democracy.
I never said it
The
was a
the
pure
def
never
You
said it was
did.
a
You said this is
I never said that it's pure democracy. I said it's a democratic process. Those are two different things.
Oh, oh my god. That's been the whole point this whole time. I've been arguing that churches they have they have their leaders through a majority rule, which is democracy, and they
Mhm.
stay there through majority rule, which is also democracy.
Okay, but that's not
And
how
you're
churches
arguing
work.
that democracy can be more complicated and people can do it in different ways, and therefore the church is not a democracy. And that's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. It's how it
It just
works.
doesn't fit your specific definition of a more complicated democracy or democratic system. It fits democracy though.
Okay, but what
100%.
do people do? What is the democratic process that churches use in order to appoint people in power? What is that? What does that look like?
Social influence, bro.
Social influence is
Because
not
it's made of
enough.
people.
Okay, social influence is not enough. You must cross
It
off
is
these
enough.
no, you must cross off these requirements in order to have a democratic process. What part of um, communal consensus crosses off everything on this list?
I mean, if you want me to go through this definition that is not even the definition I'm arguing for, I will, and we'll see how close it is.
So, what is your definition of a democratic process?
Majority rules. That's democracy.
Okay, you're the only person in the world that thinks that, as far as I understand.
No. That is so insane to claim that.
It's really not. Who else thinks that majority rule is a democratic process? Yeah, they are similar and they have to do with one another, but they are not the same. So sure, maybe people can mistake them, as I think you have, with thinking that they're the same thing. They are related. They are not the same thing. One has to do with the other, but is not the same. It's like saying a geometry is the same thing as a square. They have to do with each other, but they're not the same thing.
I mean, if you want that fun Google search, control of an organization or group by the majority of its members, that sounds like majority rule.
It sounds like majority rule, but does that mean they use a democratic process? Not necessarily.
That's what democracy is, though.
Democracy isn't
Is
exactly,
majority rule.
it is not, it doesn't necessarily mean that they use democratic processes. I think you're getting confused with like a full on blown perfect democracy, which is not what I'm arguing for, and I haven't. I'm arguing for a democratic process, which you can use also in a democratic republic, which is what we use here in the United States. We are not a full on blown perfect democracy in the United States. We are a
I
democratic
never said
republic.
we were.
Right, but you are saying that that is my argument, is that I'm arguing for democracy. I'm arguing for a democratic process, which is different.
No, no, no. It's all backwards. You want to move on for for the if not the audience sake, my sake, because I'm getting super sick of this.
I mean, sure. I just would like you to understand these types of things.
And I guess I won't, because understand is agreement. And
Um,
we're also not arguing the same thing.
right. So
So
if we can stop talking past each other and get on the same page in terms of semantics and definitions, then it would be much easier to be able to actually have like that
okay, here simply, do you think that a church is an example of democracy?
definitionally it's not guaranteed one way or the other. It depends um how it's structured and how it operates. So it's not a
So does it
necessarily,
operate by majority rule?
it depends. It is not guaranteed to be
Can it?
that. It's possible, but that doesn't mean that it is or that it isn't. It's highly dependent on so many factors.
Okay, and all right, then is a church, does a church use a democratic process, as you say?
It highly depends, again, but every church that I've looked at does not. Sure, maybe there's some out there, but the Mormon Church's hell doesn't. Um,
Okay. And I say yes to first one, and um, uh, depends on the second.
so what
There you go.
so what about a what part of people in power appointing the new people in power has to do with a democratic process?
Well, if you want to compare it so perfectly to the United States system of government, which is a democratic republic, then the majority appoints the people with power, and then the people with power, as their representative, appoints other peoples of power.
Okay, so that initial step of those people being appointed into power in the first place using a democratic process is pretty crucial then, isn't it? So what
Yeah, and
part of
that's what happens.
so what part of the church ever does that?
When a church is formulated in the first place.
Can we look at an example of that?
I mean, I'm not going back the thousands of years that the big churches were formulated, if that's what you want me to do.
Okay, so let's not then. If you want to stick to the modern day, what part of the modern day ensures that there is a democratic process that is then used for today? Because there's a huge difference between using a democratic process from day one and then never having a democratic process ever again for the remainder of its existence, and then people of power just choose other people in power. Or, like we do in our government, we have democratic processes all the time. Every 4 years for the presidential and vice presidential ticket, we have democratic processes for our representatives in our state and in our Senate. We have um, we have appointees that we choose to represent ourselves in our cities, like mayors and stuff like that, that are all used for democratic processes. None of these are used for the church. None of them. Sure, maybe day one there might have been a vote, there might have been a democratic
So
process, but what part of
how
that?
often does a church have to hold what you see as an election of its representatives in order for it to constitute being a democracy?
Being a democracy um, needs to have democratic process. Not every democratic process represents just a democracy, but it would mean that anytime anyone's position in power is enabled initially, it has to come from democratic process. From then,
But if the majority appointed their representatives and those representatives choose to appoint more representatives, those representatives were the majority appointing for them. Therefore, the new representatives are by majority rule. And there's the failsafe of
that's
if
not
they're
that's
not,
not true.
they are
That's not
removed.
how that works. That's not true. If you appoint
Okay, you
if
can disagree, but
if you appoint if you have a system like we do in our government that says that certain people are decided by the representatives to represent a certain role in government. That's completely different from having power in the first place, from even being able to be appointed in the first place. In order to get to that point, you have to use a democratic process. In the church, they do not. It's people who are in power that can choose anyone who doesn't have power, who's growing up, to just become a bishop, to just become a representative of the church. That is not how it works in our government. In our government, it has to be chosen by the people. Then once they have a position of power, they are able to rise the ranks of which position of power. Does that make sense?
No, because I disagree.
What do you mean disagree? It's how our government works.
Well, no, you were talking about the church, and then you talked about our government. I agree with the government, but not with the church statement.
Okay, so when do churches hold their elections to choose their bishops and stuff? Like, does that ever happen?
When they're formed.
Okay, that's doesn't count as a democratic process
To
then.
you,
It's not a to me thing. It's literally the logic
yeah, it
of how
is.
it works. When you appoint someone brand new into power that's never had power before, who wasn't in the system, they need to be appointed through a democratic process to count as a democracy or a democratic republic. That is not what the church does. The church appoints people in power from people who are already in power, not through democratic process.
Dude, I don't know how many times. I don't know how many times.
What part of somebody already being in power, appointing somebody who has not had any position of power or isn't a part of this system already, how is them choosing them to have power a democratic process? I don't understand why this is hard for you um to just like realize that one individual appointing or a small group of individuals appointing somebody to now have power, how is that democratic or a democratic process? I don't get it.
I already said because they were appointed by the majority, therefore they speak for the majority.
Okay, but it doesn't speak for the majority if those people are dead, right?
Still could if what they wanted is still the case, and there's the failsafe of the majority can remove them at when they want to.
Where? How? How do they do that?
We already talked about this.
You haven't given me a single example. You've tried to explain it, but every time you explained it, I gave you reasoning of why that's not how that works. You don't actually have like any specific example for any of this. You just show a misunderstanding of how these systems work at all.
I mean, okay, avid churchgoer.
I mean, yeah, I used to attend the church. My family is
And so
religious.
did I, man.
Okay,
So
but
did I.
there's a difference between then studying it after the fact, right? Like, how much have you studied how the Mormon church works since you left?
I listen to people who are in the church far more than you. I am 100% true that's the case.
Uh,
100% sure.
are you are you willing to bet money on that? Like, what amount
Yeah,
of
I would bet money that I have spent more time listening to religious folks than you.
Okay. Why what would you say is my experience with listening to this type of stuff versus yours? Can you lay that out for us?
I spend hours of my day listening to religious people argue with secular people all day.
Okay, so do I. Can you tell me what my experience with that is if you're so sure?
No, because I can't read your mind.
Why would you
But I'm
bet
sure you like to listen to the people you agree with a little more than the people you disagree with. I
w-
think that's a fair statement.
is that is that true for one? Do you have any proof of that? Why would you be willing to bet money on that? Why are you so sure?
Because you said earlier in our conversation that you haven't heard a good argument for religion, so you must not listen to them.
I listen to them all the time. I just deem them as not good enough. There's a huge difference between the two. It is not necessarily representative of one or the other. It highly depends on one's individual standards or requirements for what evidence actually is crosses that barrier of entry in terms of actually being good enough or not, right? It has no bearing or no representation of how much evidence, supposed evidence that works for other people. It doesn't say at all how much I've listened to that stuff. There's no it could mean that I've listened to none or I've listened to everything or anything in between. It's not necessarily used as a representation of how much I've listened, no. It just means I haven't
I
been
don't even
convinced.
understand why we're going into ethos beyond you just can't move on, bro, and accept that we're not going to agree or quote unquote understand each other in that way.
Sure, but when it comes to questioning certain understandings of certain things, you have to then question the methodology of that. So I think we have moved on in a sense. Like, sure, we came from a certain topic, but I think we've moved on. We're no longer talking about democratic processes. We're talking about understanding of the church and understanding of people's belief systems, and understanding of the arguments for and against secular and religious beliefs. How much time we've been spending on that. Is that not moving on?
I mean, considering that you've been trying to like push me into agreeing with just any statement you say about anything
Did I force
in
you to
regards to
agree?
the church, and then saying anything I say is invalid and I just don't understand anything. I don't know.
Did I
I think
force you
we're
to
kind of
agree with my
that feels
perspective
pretty
on free
stuck.
will?
The only way we wouldn't be stuck is if I just said, "Yeah, okay, I don't know anything." Just let you walk all over me like that.
It's not that you don't know anything, it's just that you don't have um an
You
accurate
think
representation
is
of
the
what a
case.
democratic process
You
is.
think is the case. I disagree, and we're not gonna agree. Is my point.
Okay, you disagree, but you aren't able to represent your side in a way that has any
That you
tangible.
think is suitable. I feel very represented.
Well, you have the opportunity to represent yourself when you're the other person in the conversation. You are the
Is
agent of your own voice to be able to represent your side. That's your responsibility.
yeah, and so I'm pretty sure that you're not the person who dictates whether or not it was adequate, considering you are the opposition, sir.
You have to be able to understand both sides in order to be able to actually take a
Well, you don't
side.
understand mine, so you fail just as much as I did.
When I ask you for specific examples and none of the examples map on to what it is that we're saying accurately enough to represent your side,
Well, I
then
don't think your example's mapped on correctly, sir.
okay, but I literally gave you the
Oh, you
definition.
did, but it wasn't good enough. Sorry.
Why wasn't it good enough though? You never went into any specifics of why it wasn't good
Oh yeah,
enough.
like I did the whole time, and then you just dismissed it, just like you just did now.
Okay, but why would
Because
I
you don't agree with
but
it. It
okay,
wasn't good enough for you.
okay, but why did I disagree with it?
I already told you, and you said, nah.
You're just saying that I disagree with you and I'm just dismissing it. But why is it that I disagree with you? Do you understand what it is that I'm saying when I'm dismissing these things? I'm not just saying you're wrong. I give examples every time. I give an explanation every time.
I mean, if you ask me rhetorical questions, I'll just sit quietly.
That's fine. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to say that because we disagree on something or it means that now I have to change your mind to agree with something. But if we're both
Well, that's your practice.
if we are talking about a topic and you are trying to represent a certain side of the topic and I ask you to represent that certain side, but you're not giving any examples that actually tangibly represent that side, then
In
I'm
your
going to have
opinion,
I mean, when it comes to what is happening
I'm the
in the
side
world,
I'm representing, and I feel it was satisfactory. And
if
I feel you've represented your side fine. I just don't agree with you.
it's very weird when I'm trying to ask you to represent what it is and you never explain or give examples. You try to give examples, but they don't actually represent it. Like, it'd be different if we were on two sides of a coin or on a topic and you were able to represent said side, but it's not a it's not as if I'm the decider of whether you represent it or not. It's whether or not you're actually representing it or not, correct? And it's not decided by you either whether you think you're doing a good job at representing it or not. You either are representing that side of the argument well or you aren't. Like, sure, I have my own opinion on how well you're doing it. Absolutely. And so do you, because everybody has that subjective level. They can make their own observations and opinions. Of course, that is always the case. But that doesn't mean that it's true. Just because I don't think you're doing a good job at representing that side doesn't mean that that's the truth either. I'm not the arbiter of truth. But if there is no example that we can use tangibly for your side, and I constantly give examples on my side, there's an obvious disparity in like things that we can actually look towards to explain how it works, right? It doesn't even matter if, like, by trying to explain something from one person's understanding, it doesn't mean I'm trying to convince you to agree. It just means that I'm explaining my perspective. And I understand you're doing the same, but I just don't think that in this example, when it comes to a democratic process, that there is enough knowledge about this subject for you to represent this side of your argument. That doesn't mean that you're wrong. It just seems like there's some holes about knowledge, which is totally fine. Everybody
Did you
has.
forget the part where like I pointed out we were using different definitions for things, and then when I put the definition I was using up and the definition you were using up, and then I answered both, that you were just like, nah.
When you put up the definition of majority rule equals democratic, that is not the definition. It just isn't the definition.
That's not your definition. However,
It's not
I
anyone's
answered your
definition.
definition as well.
It's
I answered both.
It's very interesting though because your answers don't represent like anything that anyone argues for. Like these are novel to me. I have never heard anyone advocate that majority rule equals democracy. Like that this is novel to me. So I'm trying to understand you. I'm trying to ask you questions and give you opportunities to explain, but none of these explanations are mapping on either. So I'm just kind of like at a loss. Like I can't even help you. Like I want to steel man your side, but there's no but I haven't heard any person ever say that majority rule is democracy. Like that is so hard to.
And you can't use your logos to be like, okay, I don't think that's the definition, but I'll grant it to you for the purpose of argument, and then you'll have to go by my definition as well, so that you're granting me mine, and then we both satisfy the fact that we're arguing different objectivity. That's the way to bypass the, what do you call it? The subjective lens that we view everything through. If you're always going to argue the objective, then you'll never argue the other person's through your own worldview.
I gave
So you're just
multiple
arguing with
opportunities.
yourself.
Yeah, and I literally just
And the other
pulled
person
up the
just
definition.
happens to be in the conversation.
So you just said that I granted you your definition and then argued on behalf of your definition and then tried to apply it to my lens of my definition to show you why it doesn't work, right? So it's not like I'm just ignoring what you're saying and just moving on with what I'm saying and just dismissing what you're saying. I'm actually engaging.
What was my definition, right?
Your definition is that a majority rule means democratic process.
Right. So do you think if that's the definition, that's how a church functions?
If that's the definition, even if that's the definition, no, that's not how a church functions. Like,
And
even
I
if I grant,
disagree, and that's
right,
crazy.
right. So, but that's like 2 layers removed from the actual,
From what
s-
you see as your definition, and I address that one, and I say it could be and it could not, depending on the church.
do you see how there's something wrong with if you're talking about a certain subject, if you're just understanding and definition of the subject just doesn't map on to how everyone else understands these things, how you're not really participating in the
Is
actual
your understanding the
argumentation?
majority of all humans on Earth about everything?
People who understand these topics, yes, understand these topics.
No, 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 no. That's crazy. That is crazy, dude.
It's not hard to
Everyone thinks
understand
like
what a
Hayden,
democratic.
guys. Every person on planet Earth.
I didn't say every person
That's
on
what you're
planet Earth. What
saying.
what did I say? Repeat, steel man for me. What did I say? What did I say? I said everyone who has educated
You
themselves on
said
this
that
topic
anyone that has
understands it.
understanding about something would agree with you.
On this. I
That's
didn't say
crazy.
something. I didn't say something. I wasn't vague. I was very specific. What did I say?
I just told you.
You are not saying what I said. You are representing me incorrectly. What is it that
As
I said?
I guess you've done me because you can't represent the other person with the problems that be, bro.
How many times did I give you? How many opportunities of like examples and asking deeper questions for your side to try to understand your side have I done? I wasn't trying to misrepresent you or to misunderstand you. I would often shove my lens of like what I'm using as my definition to even argue on your terms, even though nobody argues on those terms.
Well, that's what I do for you because that's how you argue.
Let's look up the definition of majority rule, says a chatter. Um, I feel like
Bro,
it's
it's in the words.
okay, but not everything is as intuitive, so we'll just double check. The principle that the greater number should exercise greater power. Okay, but what does exercising greater power look like? Right? What process would
Will.
you use in order to exercise that power?
It will depend on what you're applying the majority rule to.
Is it possible that you can exercise majority rule without democratic process?
Yes.
That's very interesting. Why are you saying yes to that when you're conflating the definition of majority rule to mean democratic process within itself? I don't understand how those two things can be
I'm
true.
not because no, 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 I'm not doing that.
So what is it that you are saying?
That was like my point earlier for a lot is I'm going by my definition of democracy of majority rule, and I believe that applies to churches just as much as it applies to political organizations.
Is a
And then
majority
you
rule
were
a
saying,
democracy?
I don't think my definition of democratic process applies to churches. And I said that I think it could, and I think it could not.
So a majority rule is a fundamental principle of democracy, but it is not necessarily and always a democracy. Because, for an example that you gave me earlier, if these people decide to create an environment that is unenjoyable for a certain person to convince them to leave, that's not a democratic process. That's just doing something in order to dissuade one person from doing something. That's not appointing people into power to represent that group of people. So, do you understand why it's like when you use these definitions that they don't map onto the reality of what the definitions are? Like,
That's your belief, bro.
but you have yet to give any substance to actually defend that point. You just say the point without actually giving examples.
Of democracy being majority rule?
Yeah. Explain why it's necessarily a democracy if you have majority rule.
Because I was instructed that's what democracy is.
That's it? What can you give an example? Like what is what does majority rule mean necessarily? And is it always a democracy? Like
It
why?
means there's a group. When the majority of the members of the group want something a certain way, they get their way.
That's not true. That's not necessarily true.
Not everything's democracy. However, that's what I believe the definition of democracy is.
The definition of a democracy is that the people, the um the people at the bottom technically rule because they have the ability to appoint
No, they don't.
representatives. Yes, they do. They don't directly rule. They rule indirectly through using democratic processes, right?
So if you're gonna be super stringent on my exact words, then how come you get a pass just like now?
I would never gave myself a pass. I always represented what I meant.
Yeah, okay. Again, we can argue about like the definitions, but we already sorted out like both in application to the church, so I'm not sure
Is
what
it
else.
is it possible that the majority of people might agree on something, but they don't have the processes in place to actually enact such a belief? Is that
No.
possible? Really?
I mean,
There's no system in the
technically in
world.
complete abstract, yes, but
Okay, what about a monarchy? How would that work in a monarchy if the majority of people didn't agree with what the king would decide? Or
I mean, if you're talking about, I mean, political systems evolve with the time they're in and how force is applied, and it all comes down to force.
so with an
So if
authoritarian government, the authoritarian government does not give two shits what the will of the people believe, what the majority of people believe. Just because the
okay,
majority.
put it this way. If you do your example of a monarchy where there's a king at the top,
Mhm.
and in theory, because that's all it is, in theory, what he says goes. However, if all of his knights turn on him because the majority of them dislike his policies, he can't do diddly squat because they have the force.
Okay, but that's not the common people. Those are people in power, right?
That includes the
Knights
common
are
people, because
knights are
if the
not common
common
people.
people have the means and they want something a certain way, they have the force, then they will get their way.
They don't always exercise that force though, right? It's not necessarily the
Well,
truth
sure,
or the case.
but
Okay,
it's
that's
that
exactly
doesn't
the
negate the
point.
point.
No, the point is exactly that they don't always exercise force, and force is not a democratic process. That's overthrowing the system entirely. That's not democratic. That's just like undoing and rioting. That's not democratic.
So, okay, so if a guy commits a crime and he's apprehended by police officers and taken to jail against his will, he doesn't think things should operate this way.
Hmm.
He's just null, right?
Sure, unless through democratic process the majority
Why?
votes that it changes a different way, but that's not what's happening in that situation.
I mean, bruh.
What's the point of what you're saying of this example? What are you trying to paint the picture for?
The point is, um, when force is used, it doesn't immediately negate democracy.
Okay, but I wasn't making a point that all forms of force are that. I just said that use of force is
Force
not that.
doesn't follow a prescription. It can be used, it's a tool. It can be used by any will.
Right. So I don't disagree with that whatsoever.
So
But in the
therefore, if the
example,
majority of the population it's their will to use force to remove the king and the majority of them do it, then that is democracy.
nope.
It's the majority
Using
rule.
force is not a democratic process.
Bro, you literally just conceded that using force does not negate democracy. So which is it?
Using force is not a means at which is a democratic process.
How do you
Having
enforce an
force,
election,
hold on. I'm
bro?
painting the
How do you
picture.
get the election to
I'm
happen?
explaining. You asked a question, I'm explaining. When it comes to democracy, it means that the working class or the common folk are the people that rule through using certain processes. So if there is a king in this situation with the monarchy that makes these decisions and then these people overthrow this king using force, that's not a democratic process whatsoever, because if the style of government, if the structure of government doesn't change and they just appoint a new king, then that's not going to do anything besides once just like overthrowing and restructuring things. It's not democratic. That's like it's just restructuring the entire system. A democratic process is which the people use their rights to be able to vote. They don't have to use force, and that's why in this country um, we
What are
out
rights dictated by?
the laws that are written.
And what are the laws enforced by?
Enforcers, people who have been given the authority to um,
Use
using using
force,
force.
baby.
How
So
is
it's
that a
almost like
democracy though?
democracy is upheld by force.
Okay, not every
Therefore, it doesn't negate
okay, you
democracy if force is used to the will of the majority.
okay, in a democracy, you can use force. Force is not necessarily a what's the word? A parameter, what's the word? It's not necessarily a property, that's the word, of democracy. It can, it could, it's possible, but these two things do not only exist with each other. Force can be used any direction, it could be used for any motivation. Force is not just used by majority rule, force is used by any motivation whatsoever. It is not necessarily a property of democracy alone. Do you see why that matters? Like you're trying to paint the picture that that because in a democratic system force can be used to ensure or to play out that democratic system, that somehow that means that force is democratic. No, it just means that democracy can use force. It doesn't mean that it is force always. It doesn't mean that force is only democratic either. You have to understand that like just because
I mean, you're
something can
arguing
do
for my statement. My statement is force does not negate democracy.
force doesn't negate
And you just
democracy
argued that
just as much.
democracy will exist regardless of force or not.
Democracy is not hingent and dependent on force in every possible conceivable situation. It is not required. It can be it can be a tool at which it can be utilized. Force can be a tool that is utilized, but it's not necessary, and that is very important to understand the distinction.
Why wouldn't the 40%, if you had 60% wanted something and 40 wanted the other thing, why wouldn't the 40% just not go along with the 60%?
For whatever reasons they decide. I mean, I can give an example, maybe because they just don't care enough. It doesn't affect, like, people can disagree with stuff, but that doesn't mean they're going to act on it. But that's constantly shown all the time in our country. Whenever somebody is voted into power that they didn't approve of, that doesn't mean that they're going to riot. I mean, the people on January 6th did, but not everybody who voted for Trump was there. So it's not like it's not as if just because somebody disagrees that they're actually going to try to put a plan into action to actually do something about it. If people live in a democracy, they really don't have very much motivation to do anything about it, because if they believe in the democratic process and they lost fair and square, why would they do anything about it when they already have exercised their right to vote, and next time they will also be able to have their ability to exercise their vote? What's the point? If they believe in a democratic process or in a democratic republic like we do have here in the United States, why would they need to do anything? I don't think it's necessary for action to be taken just because democracy didn't vote in your favor. It can happen. People do it all the time. People start to run for office for their states. They try to represent the things that they think, even if they're in the minority. But that doesn't mean they're using force to do it. It doesn't mean that democracy is necessarily something that uses force. In our country, laws are in force. Our democratic republic and our structure of government is enforced using the judicial system, which I would say is like a very nuanced approach to force. I would say like the more traditional way of thinking of force is like a police officer like apprehending and arresting somebody. That seems more of the definition that you're trying to portray. Um, but force takes many different forms. It's kind of just action. Like you can dumb down force into just explaining it as action. So, because actions can be anything under the sun, it doesn't mean that force is necessarily a form of democracy. It just is a tool that could be used by democracy.
If that's your definition of force, then it must be in use at all times always. Therefore, it is always part of democracy.
I mean,
If you think
like I
force
said,
is
it's a
any
hypothetical.
action whatsoever,
Like I said, it's a hypothetical. It depends on your perspective, right? It depends on the
you said
perceiver's
it is a
understanding.
hypothetical.
Yeah, I said
Okay.
hypothetically, force is just action, right? Because we have our forces of the universe like gravity that is essentially um actuating its force upon everything
I mean,
always.
force has many broad definitions,
Exactly.
sure.
That's exactly what I said. And that's why I
However,
had to
there's a difference between physical force and other applications like persuasion.
is persuasion force? If you're
Yeah.
Why is persuasion force? What how could it be?
Okay. So
I'm not saying I
how
disagree. I
about
just want you to explain it.
threat of force as persuasion? Example one, I don't want you to take that apple on that chair. So I have a gun and I shoot you and you die. I used force to get my way.
Only once you
Option two,
only after you actually put it into action. Words are nothing. Words mean nothing until you actually put action
words
behind
mean
it.
nothing
Yeah, pretty much.
at all.
So, to explain why I see this way is to go just to represent quickly like how I see the world. So it's very based on nihilism, but it's not pure nihilism. It's existentialism. Meaning, from my perspective, is decided by the perceiver. There is no universal truth that applies to all in every situation. It is very much hingent on the subject and the subject's experience and what they think is the case. So, I personally think that words are not force. Words are nothing. Words are not action. Action is force. So, by that definition, not everything is force. Words mean nothing when we're talking in terms of force, right? Because that's the topic that we're on right now.
I mean, finishing out my hypothetical example, if I don't want you to take that apple on that chair, I could also just pull the gun out and threaten you and say, if you take that, I kill you.
Right, but you
And
see the
that
distinction
is a
here between
sense
the
of
two.
persuasion.
Okay, but persuasion isn't always force. It can be. It's not always. It's not a universal truth that applies to every version of persuasion. Just
I
using
did not
words,
make that claim.
right? I didn't say you did, but I'm trying
I
to
was
paint
making
the
the
picture.
claim that persuasion can be a form of force.
Right. And I don't disagree with that. It's important to make the distinction between what it is and what it isn't. So if you give an example for what it is, I'm adding to our conversation by giving an example of what it isn't. I'm not disagreeing with you
So
here.
if words cannot be force, how do you explain my verbal deterrent?
Pulling out the gun is the force, right? Because that's the action taken. When you pull out something that
So if
has,
you remove the words, it would just be pulling out a gun.
yeah, if you pull out a gun and point it at somebody, that's an action you're taking.
Yeah, but it wouldn't necessarily stop them from taking the apple on the chair or communicate to them that they're not supposed to take that.
No, not necessarily.
Therefore, I'm not forcing them to do anything in that moment in time. I'm simply standing there with a gun being intimidating. It's not a forced action until I use words to communicate that you will not grab that apple off the chair. Therefore, absent the words, there is no force.
That's not true. You can gesture. You don't need to use words. You can gesture by
Well,
pointing the
well,
gun
now
at the
you're adding
apple.
more applications. I'm trying to communicate
Okay, but you're saying that it's necessarily true that not
that
using
words can
words,
be forced.
words are not force. Words are communication. That is completely different.
How is my example not prove that words
Because
can be
it's not
forced?
the words that you're using. It's the words plus the actions, and the actions are the force. The actions are um the proof of capability of force, right? Because if I was just like an AI that is literally just a chat bot and I just said something in the chat and it's just text on a page, what amount of force is there being applied? Nothing. But if that AI were to take over the computer and somehow order the hardware in order to recreate itself into a robot where then it grabs my throat. Now that's force. It doesn't matter what words it uses, if it uses any at all, right? So action is force, not words.
And I did not say action is not force. I'm saying words can also be force.
Words can be force. Can you give me an example of this? Where you're
I
not,
did.
okay, but where you're not using action, because you used an example with action. That was the force. The words were not.
Okay, I mean, just remove the gun and make a very egregious threat to someone that you'll hurt them if they don't fulfill X.
That's just a threat, though. There's no action being taken until some form of action is
I
taken.
don't know. If they didn't want to get hurt and they decide to leave after hearing my words, then I would say I forced them to do something else
They
or
still decided though,
follow
so
me.
that's not force, right? Like they decided.
But no one
Um,
decides anything because there's no free will, mister.
People have the illusion of making the decision, and when we talk tangibly about words, we usually use these definitions that are intuitively true to us, right? So when it
Well, then
in
why would you make that claim?
why would I make what claim?
If why would you make the claim that they made their own choice?
Because that's the way they see it, right? So it's useful to use that terminology, right? Tangibly when we talk about things and we're communicating ideas to other
Not if it
people.
very dismissively and conveniently uh, throws away my argument.
What do you mean conveniently? It's not convenient, it's just how it is. Like convenient, like it just happened to float across my screen and I read it out loud. Like I don't understand what you mean by that.
No, because it's not disproving my claim. Because you're saying that now it's outside of the actions that the first individual is taking or words they are using, and now it's completely sole dependent on the other individual.
Right, because you didn't give an example that was good enough to explain why words are force. All you said is that they said words. Those words didn't force them to do anything. They may have persuaded them, but persuasion isn't always force. You can use words for persuasion. You can use force for persuasion, but it isn't necessarily. It depends on the actions taken, if any. It depends on the context. It also depends on if that person is actually willing to go along with that plot, to actually like consent to what that other person is allegedly trying to force them to do, right? So we have to break apart every part of this and explain which word
Okay.
of force and definition of force and what action is force, and if words are force. Like we have to.
So I think you're conflating two different things. To give an example for understanding, because you agree with this, I'll use it as an example. If I pull out, if I walk up to some big WA wrestler guy and I'm like, "Give me all your money right now, or I'll hurt you," and he doesn't, obviously, because I'm a shrimp, and then I punch him, I try to use force, but I don't end up forcing him into it because he does not concede and he just knocks my block off. I still used force. My punch was still a force that I was inflicting on him. It
Mhm.
just wasn't apt enough to get what I wanted.
But it wasn't
The
enough to
word is the
force to
same thing.
but it wasn't enough force to force him to do what you wanted. So there's two definitions of force here, right?
Yeah, sure, but my point is words is a method of force.
Um that example has nothing to do with words. I mean, like sure there are words in there, but that
No,
has
but it does
there's
because the way you dismissed my other word example was by saying you didn't convince the person with the words, therefore it's not force.
convincing someone is not necessarily force. That's the issue. Convincing somebody using your words is not necessarily force. That's persuasion.
Yeah.
Persuasion is not necessarily force. It can be if attributed to an
Therefore,
action.
words can be.
If attributed to action, it's necessarily to understand the whole algorithm. We can't just generalize.
I mean, now are you gonna say actions only equate to like physical attacks or things like that? Is not speaking words an action?
Speaking words are an action, but they're not necessarily a forceful action.
And how do you make that differentiation between the two?
Um, by having enough force to override or overpower the
Oh,
force.
no, no. But the punch on the WA wrestler guy, it was still force, even though he knocked my block off after.
So there are multiple definitions of force here, right? So we have to get
So
clear
words can
which
be
one.
force.
It depends, right? So words don't.
Can be. Therefore, that's a yes affirmative state.
Okay, but it's not necessarily this way. And in this example, it obviously wasn't effective. Therefore, I wouldn't say that it's really force because you didn't force him to do anything. You tried to use force, but it failed. That's not,
Now you're talking about submission.
like I said, persuasion is not necessarily force, right? Because it didn't work. You usually need
It's not
enough. You
going
usually
to
need
guarantee
enough.
submission,
Of course
but
it
it's
won't.
still force.
I disagree with that last part, but I agree with the first part. It's not necessarily going to
Is it
work.
not
Absolutely.
influencing the other individual?
Influence doesn't mean force. Influence can be a positive thing that you don't use force for. You can literally just say, "Hey, like I really like this thing. I think it's awesome."
Is
If
force
you also
always negative?
no, but it's action. It can be action, or it can, in the context of which you're using it for the example, yeah, it's a negative act in my subjective view.
Is it simple? Yeah.
It's no, it's not because it's simple, it's because I think it's a negative thing.
No, that's why I picked that specifically.
Sure, but that's not every definition of force under the sun. That's just that definition of force.
No, no, the example I picked was simple.
Yes, I
Gosh.
understand. I didn't disagree with that. but it doesn't represent the entire equation, which is the problem. I think that a big part of the methodologies that you and I use in terms of like trying to analyze things is very similar, but there's a couple key differences. One of them being that I think that you try to simplify, which is very useful, and depending on the context, you definitely should. You should simplify these certain situations or hypotheticals, and then look at what is true about that statement or give an example. However, the problem that I find with this is that you don't take the second step, which usually you need to in mathematics, and do the equation for the larger implications of what that means when interacting with everything else, to be able to find if there's a universal statement that can be made about that thing that matches the same statement that you made about that situation. Because you are simplifying things and bringing a very simple equation to a thing, you can always support your argument that something is akin to or using a certain thing, but that doesn't mean it maps on to the world at large, and it doesn't mean that it works for every situation. So you have to simplify, but then you also have to zoom back out. And so I don't see you zooming back out very often. I'm not saying that it's like that it makes you dumb or anything. That's absolutely not what that means at all. It just means that you're just focused on one methodology. So I would implore you to try to like do that, then zoom back out, and then make a larger statement about then the general isms about what it was that you were trying to say. Because I understand that you're like trying to explain a simple example for a thing, but from where we're coming from for our conversation, it's not representative of where we started.
I mean, we started with the definition of true, so we're kind of far from that right now.
I'm not saying like where we started from like the very beginning. I'm saying where we started from this exact topic, right, of force. So like you saying that when words are applied in this situation that you see it as like force. And what I'm trying to say is, yeah, that's true, but it doesn't matter because it's not always true in every situation. That's the
And
point
I
I'm
didn't
making.
say it's always true in every situation. I said it's sometimes true, and you said it's never true.
Okay, but then now we have to apply this. If words aren't always force, why would you say that words are force?
I
What?
said they can be force.
You said that after you gave the definition, though. Every time you give like an example for a thing, you're very
You're the
like
one that changed your
generalistic.
position on that just now,
I didn't change
not me.
anything.
Yes, you did.
There,
You said words cannot be force. That was your position. And
words
now you're saying they can be force. I just don't care because
That's
it's not
not
relevant.
that's not what I said. I said words are not inherently force. Words are not in of themselves force. That's not saying that they couldn't have the property or affiliation with force given a certain situation. That's not what I said. Right?
No. But go ahead for the sake of continuing.
I think that I would like to understand what your preference would be when it comes to the way that um, people structure themselves. Do you believe that we should use like a democracy? Do you believe that we should have more of a authoritarian view of things? Or maybe the educated should have more of a say, or people with families should have more of a say. Like, what is your ideal for a governmental structure? What is it that you would like?
I think technically any governmental structure can be satisfactory and also not satisfactory. So I don't think there is a blanket solution for like what would work best.
Sure. I think that depending
because
on the
regardless, it's going to be run by humans, and considering all humans have their own will, there will be contradictions, and people will try to carry out their will even when they're not the majority. They won't always just sit on their toes and be like, okay, guys, you won fair and square. Moving on.
depending on the
When
person, right?
democracy is involved.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't, and I'm not saying you are the affirmative. I'm simply explaining.
Right.
Um, I don't think it really matters. I think it's more the individuals in the society that are being governed. Um, the more the more synergized they are, the better they're probably going to be. I don't think it's
I feel like we could use that example and run
naturally the
with it.
more argumentative and like disposition they are, the more there will be need for um intervention through government, and then obviously that will is liable to also deteriorating through other means. So there is no solution really.
Okay,
It
I think what I'm hearing is alluding to something, but I don't want to assume. When you say that if people disagree with each other, then that will require government intervention, surely you don't mean that everybody needs to agree on everything, right?
um kind of. So if you want, what I'm trying to explain is the whole reason why you need government in the first place is because people are inevitably not going to agree on everything.
So why would you give the example that if they disagree on something that the government should intervene? Why is that a thing?
Because that is what we do um, when you govern people.
That's what government is? That's is that
Yeah, it's some dictating over others.
okay, so there's let me paint this out for a second. There's two different like main ideas of government. Okay, you can have a very libertarian view where you're very removed from government, where it doesn't have as much say over you, or you can have a very authoritarian view of government. This is one of the main axes of the political compass that people can identify where they land. Um, it's the level of government intervention is its own thing. So you think that you would like more of an authoritarian government then when you give the
No,
example that you would like government intervention, right? Because that's what that
no, I'm
entails.
not commenting on either. I'm not commenting on that spectrum you're applying there. I'm saying I'm commenting on the nature of human beings and relationships. So, because humans won't agree with each other, there has to be government to settle out the differences and work out resolution.
Not every problem needs
Sometimes,
resolving, but okay, I understand what you're trying to say.
sometimes individuals can work out a problem between themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Or, as you just said, I also can agree with that. Sometimes a problem doesn't need to be solved.
Mm-hmm.
However, there will be ones that do, and that's when government will get involved. However, the level of government control you need is going to um, depend on the synergy of the population,
Okay.
is what I'd argue.
So let's give an example here, not of anything specific, but we'll just give numbers. Let's say that we have a government. So far, they haven't done anything. It's brand new, day one. The population of the people, 60% of these people believe that they should be able to make their own choice about a certain topic. It doesn't matter what it is. You can fit any lens into this: abortion, gender identity. It doesn't fucking matter. What the idea is, kind of like the concept or the algorithm at large. When the 40% of people advocate that the government should enforce that these people don't have the ability to make a decision, and they don't win the Democratic vote because they're the 40%, why would these people have any incentive to try to force these 60% to make the choice that they would make? What amount of logic there would support having like that group tell basically the other group what to do, even if they were the 60%? Why would the Democratic majority even matter, even if the numbers flipped? Why should people decide what freedoms other people have? And what role should the government play in enforcing or being hands off in those situations?
So, are you asking me why the 40% should influence the 60% or even vice versa? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so on the issue of being able to make a choice of something. So it doesn't matter. This choice is not a violent choice. It's not one that is going to hurt anyone or help anyone, whether they choose one way or another on anything. It is literally just a personal preference that they decide on a daily
Which is
basis.
probably never going to be a choice that gets up that high, but okay, that's fine
I mean,
for the sake of the
that's a whole
question.
nother conversation, but yeah. Um, what about either way, even if it was majority or minority, is there any sense in trying to force the other group to try to have the government intervene to force the other group to not make the same choice that they would by taking
Yeah.
away their right?
Yeah.
Is there something wrong with that, or is there something good about that? Is that something you want or
That's
don't
up to the
want?
individuals and the question itself.
Right. So put yourself in both situations and give an answer.
Okay, I guess I'll pick abortion. So one side is going to be afflicted because they feel that they will be controlled by the state and hindered from getting health care. The other side believes that it will save babies from dying. Side one wants to prevent their people and the other people from being controlled by the state. They see benefit in the state not controlling them. The other side wants to save lives. And so
So
they want to force the other side to not kill their babies. So
I
there you go.
I gave the parameter that no harm is being done by making one choice or the other, regardless of where you stand.
Well, then give me an example where something that doesn't matter is decided by the state
So
and people
it's not
argue
about
over
the
it.
specifics. It's about the idea of government intervention in this situation. Is government intervention a good thing if nobody is getting hurt? If nobody uh, is it good government intervention to take away freedoms?
Um, it depends.
Okay. That's fair. What amount of freedoms would you like? Like, what is the bar that needs to be passed for the government to be able to take away someone's freedom? What is the
Well, I mean,
requirement?
freedom to do what?
That's what I'm asking you. You decide that. What is the what? That's exactly what I'm asking. What would you like that line to
Where
be?
it's not okay anymore or it is okay?
Like, where's the line between it's okay to have government intervention versus not okay to have government intervention?
So that's going to be informed by the person's worldview. But
Yeah, so what's
um,
yours?
if you care about human flourishing, then anything that hinders that would be too much, and anything that helps that by being hindered would be okay. So if your
Right.
goal, if you have a country and your population is declining, then your goal would probably be to change whatever, or take away freedoms that result in less babies and give freedoms that result in more babies. It's going to be like, what is your objective?
I mean, babies in general aren't always a good thing, but I understand what you're trying to say.
And that, I mean, infinite possibility. Because individuals, babies aren't realized until they're full individuals. So I mean,
okay.
that could be the next innovator. It could be the next criminal. You don't know.
Sure, but potential isn't what we make decisions on, right?
I mean, I think it's valuable,
It can absolutely
but
be valuable, but that's not how we make government decisions, right?
you can.
Okay, but it's not how we.
Well, if you're again, this is the Hayden's view is everyone's view when you say we.
So it's more that I have learned what their view is and I'm representing it, right? So it's from the other
Whose
direction.
view? Be specific.
From American politics, okay?
I
From
don't
the
think
country we
everyone
live
in
in.
American politics agrees with you.
Not everyone in American politics agrees with me, but we all function under the same system of government. We all live in the same system of government. So when I represent this system of government, I'm not magically representing something that doesn't exist or doesn't apply to all people in America when it does.
Well, when you say this
whether
is,
everyone
we've never
agrees with
made
it, whether everyone agrees with the decision or not is mute. What matters is what is, right? So the fact that our government works a certain way, that we have certain methodologies of everything, essentially, we have our rule of law and we have a structure to this government. That is what is written into law and how it works.
Okay, sure. This is not even my statement. What I said I have an issue with is you said something along the lines of nobody makes, this is better quote, we don't make policies based on potential. You can't possibly know what every single person, what their objectives are when they are making a policy in America. There is no way you can know every single attribute that weighs into them making that policy.
I disagree with the first thing. I agree with the second. Of course, you can't know everything that will go into it or everything that will result from it, but you absolutely can know some of these motivations.
Some, but not all. So you can't completely discount that absolutely nobody takes possibilities into consideration.
I'm not saying that we don't make policy based on what we would like to see in the future. What I was making a statement about when you had brought up your statement earlier is that we don't look at all probabilities of possibilities that are endless and use that as a decision maker. That's pointless. It's like adding infinity to an equation when it doesn't belong. It's too much
That's
work.
what you believe.
I think it's not a believe situation. Adding infinity to an equation literally makes it an undoable task. It's a super task that cannot be done. So nobody does that. It's not practical. I feel like
Why
I'm not
invest in
talking to the.
kids then?
What do you mean why invest in kids? That's different. That's different from asking the question of like bringing infinity into the equation. Kids are not infinity. Possibility of what children can become is not infinity. When it comes to children and what they're able to do, we don't make legislation. We don't have government intervention into into prevention for things besides consequences. What we do is
We don't
add.
legislate schools or what they should teach or how we bring up the new people that are going to preside in our country.
So there are
We don't make
regulations.
policies based on what they could do and what they could end up being.
We don't do it on things that haven't happened. We do things on if they have happened or have application.
You mean we don't fund a military to, you know, be ready just in case World War III comes around? Why don't we just
We do
defund
that
our military
because
now that
wars
we've
are a
already
thing,
made it
right?
through World War II?
Look at it through this length. We do it because wars are a thing. We don't do it because we don't have this thing yet, right? We don't really like a lot of companies and space programs try to prepare for any sort of like alien intervention, but that is not a thing that the government really cares about. Like maybe in the back end, but they don't really make policies on that type of thing. Like they might have like a guidebook at what they might do when it happens, but we don't really make laws on things that we don't have like tangible interaction with yet. So if somebody is not already a criminal, we're not going to sentence them until they become a criminal. Like there's a huge difference between what the possibilities are of a child versus government intervention. Government intervention only happens once that tangible action actually happens.
That's not true. If that was true, I could go buy cigarettes without an ID.
Having a
The government
rule,
is assuming that the innocent civilians will break the law before they even have. And so they instill a new law
that's not the
to
motivation
prevent
behind.
them from breaking the law.
It's not, no. Wow. It's not that they're not making a law because they think everyone's going to break it. They're making a law because that's what they think their country should run like. And then government intervention, the punishment actually comes in once the law is broken. They don't
Then why
punish
am I
people
punished
before
then for that?
because the law
I've
already
never
exists, right?
ever smoked cigarettes underage.
Okay, but
So
you've
why do I
but
have to check an ID for it?
because it's the law. We're arguing two different things. When
No,
it
we're
when it
not.
when it
Because you said that the government will never make
the government does not
a
intervene on
policy.
actions that have not yet happened, that have not already yet violated law. If the law doesn't exist yet, it doesn't punish people for breaking it. It only punishes people after the law already exists and after the people
I'm not
already break it.
arguing that.
I think there's a
And you weren't either until now.
I think you just misunderstood my argument until now.
Okay.
I do need to get ready to go to Iaido now. I wish I could talk more, but I do need to leave.
That's fine.
I think generally what I would like to understand from your perspective is what is the bar for government intervention to decide people's rights, to decide people's freedoms, to punish those for taking certain actions? What is the bar? If you need a tangible example for those things, make up one yourself. It doesn't really matter. I think it's more of an ideological question, not a tangible question. Like, for
Well,
me personally, my bar is that no freedoms should be taken away as long as there is no harm done
so
to a conscious
liberally.
being. Hmm?
Okay.
As long as there's no harm done to a conscious being, then there's nothing wrong. So, by that logic, any fetus under 20 weeks before they've developed the ability to have consciousness, to actually experience what it is to be a self realizing being, if they are incapable of that, I find nothing wrong with abortion. So that's 1.5 trimesters in to the
Okay.
pregnancy.
Well, I won't contest that. That's fine with if that's your belief.
Yeah, I'm just saying like if you choose a lens at which you can look at things, then you can start to apply it. So like I believe government intervention should come in when harm is being done. Therefore, apply any like thing, and then you can like make a conclusion. So usually it's just like a fundamental philosophical understanding or belief or like ethical or moral rule that you would like. That's essentially what I'm asking, but I understand it probably didn't like it wasn't manufactured in the best way in terms of
No,
conversation.
I think I get it. I'll state it and be done. I think that pure like just liberalism, like as long as it doesn't hurt anyone, what you pretty much just said, I don't think having that as the pure guideline I think it's a bad idea. But then I also think um mandating what everyone does at all times is also a bad idea.
So freedom to choose isn't really like a large value for you then.
No,
Interesting.
because freedom to do what?
It doesn't that's the point, is like you can create those parameters, right? My parameter was harm of a conscious being. So what would your parameters be? What would it take for you to be on a certain side or the other of a certain thing, ideologically, not specifically for a certain thing, but in general applied to all things? Because always there will be exceptions, of course, like depending on certain specifics. But if you had to give like a more broad understanding of the world, it seems to me like you don't care as much about freedom as the average American does, because you would rather the government intervene, but you haven't given kind of like the requirement for what that looks like. Why would the government intervene?
I mean, basic thing. I would probably want someone to not kill me in my sleep just because I'm unconscious.
Um, when I say harm to a conscious being, I don't mean actively conscious. I mean capability of consciousness. Um, reasonable capability
How
of
do you
consciousness.
measure that?
What the brain can physically do in that moment. Is it able to wake up and be conscious? Is it able to, has it already been conscious, is also another requirement. If such thing has already been conscious before, then stuff like sleeping or comas are mute, because that will just disregard those situations. So if it's already been conscious, or if it is capable of consciousness in this moment, then it is not a thing that has the capability of consciousness. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, that solves that problem I brought up, and that's fine.
Yeah, like being asleep doesn't count. Um, I feel like
There you go.
most
There was a
people,
line.
yeah, like I feel like a lot of people, especially on the abortion thing, it comes down more to like that fundamental belief of like, if you think people have souls and if you think every life is worth having, even though it's not alive yet. But I think I think that's one part of the argument,
They
but
believe in the potential.
yeah, but potential is not how we make government.
That's not how Hayden would make decisions. That's how they
It's
would.
not how the government makes decisions, and I already explained that to you and you agreed. I don't understand why you're going back on this.
I did not agree.
I said that people aren't punished for things that aren't laws yet, right? People aren't punished for actions that they
Well, that
take
it's
that
not
aren't.
about the law being in existence. It's about valuing something that hasn't come to pass yet.
Valuing something that hasn't come to pass isn't the only or a sole reason for making government decisions. It can be a factor.
That's what would be a sole reason for uh, the anti-abortion. The whole point is that's not a human yet, and so don't kill the could be soon human.
Well, in
That's their
our
whole argument, man. That's why they want to make that policy.
right, but that is not the popular opinion. So that
But it's
policy,
still an opinion, and they would make policy on it in a heartbeat. You agree to this, surely?
those people would, yeah, but that doesn't mean that
Yeah.
that's
So then
okay.
there
But
are
they
people who do make decision based on that.
okay, but I'm not saying people. I'm saying our current government, the way it
Okay, now
works
you're
right
changing
now.
it. That's
It's
fine.
not.
I'll
It's not
agree
a
with your change statement.
okay, but I feel like when I make a statement, you're trying to pinpoint like a specific thing that would support the opposite. When it's like, no, intuitively, any person who's listening to me say something is going to understand that when I say our government or we, obviously it means the intuitive answer, not a cherry picked answer. I feel like it's unnecessary.
And I feel like you just have qualms with any time I disagree with you and then try to commit me to some fallacy or whatever.
I don't care if you disagree. I'm trying to understand you. And so if you're trying to represent me in a way that is not true to what I think, then I'm going to defend myself,
And same I.
as you should. But I'm not tearing you down. I'm asking you questions. There's a difference between saying that you're wrong or that your beliefs are immoral or saying blah 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 versus truly trying to understand what it is you're saying and so that you can be properly represented as well as properly representing myself when you try to when you say something that doesn't map on, which doesn't mean it's your fault. It just means that there might be like a communication issue, and part of that can absolutely be my fault. So if I need to like change my language or make sure that I cross off certain boxes to make sure that we can be more on the same page without trying to like cherry pick an example into the one place where it doesn't like I feel like if I make
Well, that's the point in
generalizations,
testing a concept, isn't it?
sure, but if you make a
If you say something's
generalization, you should apply
true,
it. You should apply it to the general. If you make a generalization, you should apply it to the general rather than the
well,
specific.
but you're not. This is part of what we had last time, where you said you can't just say that. You have to say generally it's true, and now you're doing exactly what you said I was doing. So,
If you're being general, you have to be specific about it, and that's what I do. If you're not being
but you
general,
haven't.
then you need.
With,
Okay, well, go back and watch the stream then. I don't know what else to tell you.
I mean, later I'm going to Iaido. Enjoy. Hope
Yeah,
it's fun.
yeah. Personally, like I don't think that there's I don't think that there's like anything wrong with um like your belief systems. I just think that like when we have a conversation about things, it doesn't seem to like go in an intuitive direction. It always feels like there's a misunderstanding. So we
Well, that
spend most of our
follows the
time.
lines of having disagreements.
There's a difference
It
between
would follow
disagreeing
that
and not
intuitive,
understanding someone.
what you call it, line if we just agreed on everything.
Um, from what I understand about you, we would agree on more things than not. So when we're represented with
That's your
some,
perception.
yes,
I have the opposite perception.
but that's because we spend a lot of time getting into the weeds about things because of a misunderstanding of a thing,
No,
right?
I think you just have different values than I do.
Sure, we can have different values, but that doesn't mean that we disagree on the reality of like things. Like I wasn't specific. I didn't say values. I didn't say we had the same values. I said we would probably agree on a lot of things, if not the majority of things, which is very vague. So don't ascribe a certain word to that and then claim that that's what I said.
I mean, that'd be very unintuitive of me, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So if it doesn't come naturally, then maybe there's not some insane synergy as you may believe.
I didn't say we had a synergy.
I mean, all right. Well, enjoy Iaido. I
Okay.
hope it was somewhat enjoyable.
Yeah, it always is. I
And
always find value in these
peeps
conversations.
in the chat were entertained enough to stick around.
Yeah, I mean, I have like people who I have a certain guy who's like really interested in this type of stuff, but not everyone's online or interested in listening to this type of stuff all the time. So even if they're not in chat, they, you know, it's also the minority of my audience anyway, because I upload like Yido content mainly and gaming stuff. So it's not a big deal. I'm not really looking at like the optics of the conversation. It's more so I knew that a couple people might enjoy listening to more serious topics, and I have expressed interest in talking about it on the internet. So,
All right.
all right. Take care. I'll see you later.
No, you. Later.